without amendments.
Is that in order? Yes, then can I have an honorable
I
member to raise?
seconded it.
It is raised and seconded that the agenda for today's meeting be adopted without amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, honorable members, and good morning to the chairman, CEO, and the entire team from Janjanbureh Area Council, and to our able partners from the Gambia Public Procurement Authority and the National Audit Office, and our able subject matter specialists, and the committee clerks as well. You know, it could be recalled that we did have a brief engagement with Janjanbureh yesterday, and then at the end of the session, consensus was reached that the proceedings have to continue today for the presentation and consideration of the accounts, and the committee did agree as well that the chairman would have to be obliged to appear before the committee today. So before we proceed, I will just do some housekeeping and inquire from the CEO whether the chairman of Janjanbureh Area Council is in attendance today. Mr. CEO.
Yes, good morning to you all. Yeah, he is in attendance.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So what we would do is, yesterday, as custom demands in Parliament, when witnesses appear for the first time, I mean, they really affirm to the relevant oaths. So the clerk did do the administration on all the witnesses that appeared yesterday. So if at all there is a new witness appearing who will be providing evidence different from the chairman, Mr. CEO, you can help the clerk to identify so that they can also subscribe to the relevant oaths. You know, for the chairman, the clerk would do that. If at all there is any other additional witness who didn't appear yesterday, but he's in the committee meetings today, you can identify the individual as well for the affirmation of oaths. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and you are welcome to today's session of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee. And during the day, first we'll start with the presentation of your 2019 and 2020 accounts, and in the afternoon session we'll do the consideration of both accounts as well. So in the presentation process, first we'll have the activity report. The presentation of the activity report will be accompanied by a statement from either the chairman or the chief executive officer. Then from there, we'll have the finance director or the accountant to give us a presentation from the financial statement, which will be based on key highlights. Then from there, we'll have the National Audit Office to read us their audit opinion. And then from there, we'll have the compliance report from the Gambia Public Procurement Authority. After that, we'll take a break and then resume in the afternoon for the consideration of the accounts as well, where there'll be a substantive engagement and interface between the committee members and the Janjanbureh team led by the chairperson. So to start, Mr. Chairman, you can begin with the presentation. We'll do this simultaneously whilst doing the presentation of the activity report for 2019. Once you are done with 2019, you can do similar thing for 2020. When we go to the financial statement as well, the director of finance, once you present 2019, you can present 2020. And similar trend will continue for the National Audit Office together with GPPA as well. So without taking much time, we can have the executive summary of the activity report being presented by the chairman or delegating the chief executive officer to do it, but that is a decision that the two of you have to take. Thank you.
Yes, good morning once again. Before I start the presentation for the activity report, I just want to make this clear that these reports we are not prepared by us, because we came to office in Janjanbureh in March 2021. So these reports before us, for example, the activity report dates 31st December 2019. For your information, Mr. Chairperson, since we took office at Janjanbureh Area Council, we struggle to be able to have some informations from our predecessors. But it was so difficult for us to get informations from them. We wrote series of correspondence to the Select Committee for Local Government. We also wrote series of correspondence to even to the National Audit Office and also to the Ministry, showing them our frustrations in trying to get informations from our predecessors. We also went to the extent of terminating the payment of tuition fees for the then Director of Finance.
Sorry to interject. I didn't want to, but I would. At this moment in time, what we would do is, you would take responsibility of the report, present it. After the presentation, we'll give you the opportunity to highlight some of your challenges, and during the consideration of the accounts as well, some of these challenges can be highlighted, because administration is on a going concern basis. So whosoever is there should take that responsibility. So we might move straight to the presentation of the activity report and the executive summary. When we reach to that level, we can have some of those challenges. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. This is the executive summary for Janjanbureh Area Council. Janjanbureh Area Council, formerly called Makati Island, was named after Sir Charles Makati, governor of the Gambia from 1814 to 1824. Like many other councils, Janjanbureh Area Council is one of the 7 local government administrative regions, LGS, in the Gambia, established in 1935. It is situated in south of CRR and has estimated area of 2,894 kilometers square. The LGO has a population of 126,910, according to 2013 population and housing census, with 12 wards and a total of 365 villages. There is significant level of economic activities carried out in the region, in addition to agricultural production, including animal husbandry, in growth centers such as Pansang, Birkamaba, Kudang, Jareng, and Janjanbureh. The biggest market in the region, the Lumo market sites located across the region are Jahanka, Labantan, Birkamaba, Mamutana, and Jareng, respectively. The infrastructure and communication constitute an integral part of socio-economic development of the LGA. The only main tar road that facilitates movement of goods and services is the Soma-Basse Highway. This highway divides the LGA into 2 halves, with a branch from YBK to the Janjanbureh town, terminating at a ferry crossing point that connects to the northern part of Sierra. There are a couple of feeder roads connecting villages to the highway, all of which are made of gravel and are not in good state of repair. For example, a road connecting Kolonia to Choro village, Sinjo Alaji, Yera to Tour crossing point, Fladu Tabanani to Flabantang village, Galemanda to YBK, Sare Sohi to Santanto, etc. Telecommunication facilities are quite good, with GSM services being the main providers, although coverage in some pockets are poor. Landlines operated by Gamtel are operational in only major towns like Birkamaba, Janjanbureh, and Bansang. Availability of electricity is currently notwithstanding. Plans are underway to expand other communities. River transportation used to be a key form of mobility for the population in the early 60s to early 80s, with boats such as Fladu, Lady Wright, Lady Chilel used to carry goods and people from upcountry to the capital and vice versa. However, with the shift from river transportation to roads, this medium of transportation has been dormant, leaving only tourist boats and ferry crossing point as major options to connect communities and provide employment opportunities within the LGA. The introduction. This report highlights activities designed and implemented by the Janjanbureh Area Council for the year 2020 in pursuit of its mandate and strategic plan. It takes as it means the utilization of the available management tools that have been developed to facilitate the achievement of the strategic objectives. It is also in fulfillment of a request by the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government requiring councils to submit actual activity reports. The report highlights the following areas: management and structural, training and development, and challenges. The vision: decentralized and empowered LGA where equal opportunities and sustainable service delivery prevail for all. The mission statement for Janjanbureh: work in partnership with stakeholders to effectively deliver development to the people we serve, to improve their lives and livelihoods. Other collaboration activities by the Council. Action Aid the Gambia is in support of the Council in the development of a strategic plan for the Council. This strategic document is in progress for finalization. Action Aid also did capacity building for the Council staff on the decentralization process. They also sensitized the farmers on the need to be paying rates and taxes to Janjanbureh Area Council and on time. This will enable the Council to continually deliver needed service to the electorate. 3. The Council is also collaborating with a Turkish NGO called Sendigel. This NGO recently provided a multi-purpose milling machine to 3 wards. These wards are Sare Sohi, Upper Fuladu West District, Birkama Ba Ward in Lower Fuladu West District, and Jaulaba Katamina Ward in the Nyamina West District. 4. Gangworks is a major partner and supports Council activities both in infrastructure development and capacity building for Council staff. Gangworks earlier constructed a market in Birkama, Bansang, and Janjanbureh. The Council also collaborates with other agencies. These agencies supported the Council in the rehabilitation of markets in Janjanbureh and Kudang. Management and structural reforms. The Janjanbureh Area Council instituted a robust management reform as a turning point for effective and efficient decentralized administration. The reform process underwent some significant management transformation, which led to staff job descriptions being redefined. Some strategic positions were created at managerial level in conformity with the local government service scheme. During the period under review, the Inspectorate Unit was upgraded to a department and a director appointed to head it. Further changes included the creation of a data unit, the Finance Department, and the amalgamation of the partial cost recovery function into the License Unit. Council management organogram was reviewed and the human resource function has been included. It is important to know that Council during this period instituted a new administrative approach, allowing directors to meet on a weekly basis to discuss pertinent issues of management concern, and the chairman sits as chairperson. Similarly, Council continues to uphold weekly senior staff meetings to discuss and report on their weekly activities, and the Chief Executive Officer sits as the chairperson. In an effort to improve our management system, policy documents and procedure manual aligned to financial manuals was developed internally, as well as an internal audit manual register, it policy and disaster recovery plan. General Council. The Council comprises of 12 elected ward councillors, 3 nominated councillors, representing the business community, youths, women, alcalo, and the Council of Elders in accordance with the Local Government Act 2002. This is the policy-making body of the Council. In line with the decentralization and local governance process, this year, Council conducted citizen participatory budgeting. The activity will further strengthen the partnership, trust, and collaboration between the Council and the communities in the management of Council's finances. Administration. The Chief Executive Officer is the administrative head of Council and also the Chief Accounting Officer. The establishment comprises of 7 departments and each department is headed by a director. The departments are Administration, Finance, Planning and Development, Internal Audit, and the Security Department. There are 5 units under these 7 departments and an additional 7 technical support officers, namely Community Development, Public Health, Youth and Sports, are housed within the Council premises, and their operations are being supported by Council. Senior management. There is a senior management team comprising of the chairperson and deputy, the Chief Executive Officer, and 3 line directors. The team holds meetings on a weekly basis, chaired by the chairman, where issues of policy matters are tabled for discussions. Laws and regulations. The Council is being run in respect of the following policy documents, namely the Local Government Act 2002, Local Government Finance Audit Act 2004, the Centralization Policy, the Rates Act 1992, Licensing Act 2011, Valuation Act, and all other relevant acts, Waste Management Plan 2015 to 2019. The Department of Administration. The Department of Administration is the cardinal arm of Council, where all management functions is being administered. The department is responsible to coordinate and monitor staff performance, conduct annual staff appraisal. The administration continues to liaise with the Local Government Service Commission, establish an appointments committee for staff recruitment, appointments, and discipline. Department of Finance. This department is responsible for the management of Council finances in accordance with Council Financial and Accounting Manual, as dictated by the Local Government Finance and Audit Act 2004. The department comprises of the following units: Finance and Accounts Unit, Debt Recovery, and Markets. The debt unit also operates under the department headed by a manager, given the fact that debt recovery, including serving summons to defaulters, appears to be a major challenge due to its critical nature. The tribunal court supports the debt recovery system through lawful prosecution. The market unit. The unit is headed by a manager charged with the responsibility of managing all markets operating within the region, including collection of daily and monthly fees and canteen rents. The Department of Planning and Development. This department coordinates the development and implementation of Council plan through participatory development processes. It's in plan to have a new unit as valuation unit. Acts a new department to assist in valuation of properties within the region. The department coordinates, monitors, supervises, and implements all development activities being undertaken by council with the support of construction, electrical, plumbing, physical planning, and urban planning staffs. Police unit. The council police are charged with the responsibility of protecting the property and capital interests of the council. The council in the execution of warrants for tax defaulters and carry out routine enforcement of revenue collectors. Department of Internal Audit. The department is responsible for the day-to-day inspection of all council developmental activities, and this includes the revenue and non-revenue generating areas of council. The department was created with the view to support and add value to growth and development of the council. Communication and reporting. The public relations unit is used as the primary medium of communication between the council, its stakeholders, and the larger public. This unit equally manages the media relations of the council by ensuring that all major activities are covered by the local media. Internally, senior management meetings are also conducted in every Mondays, engaging the senior managers to report on their weekly activities. Produce minutes with action points, identify and address in the subsequent meetings. Recently, Council developed a 5-year strategic development plan from 2020 to 2025, and in Pillar 5, visibility and awareness is vibrantly underscored. Training and development. Cognizant of the fact that training staff development plays pivotal role in organizational development as it increases efficiency and improves quality of service being rendered. During the period under review, Council sponsored 1 staff at University of the Gambia. Several members of staff were also designated to attend national and international workshops. Infrastructural development. These are submitted to GANWORKS through the payment of counterpart funding by the Council. Construction of Council head office in Janjanbureh town. Construction of Council senior staff residences. Construction of a health post in Sare Sofi, Upper Fladu West. Roads. The Council is very concerned with the easy movement of people and goods within and outside the LGA, and therefore put high priority on road construction. So far, from 2019 to 2022, roads have, but due to lack of inadequate funds, the Council would like to engage government projects such as NEMA, FASTEP, and other donors to support in this endeavor. Such important roads are as follows: Kudang to Kuntaur, Santon to Bubu to Sare Sofi, Kudang to Kaulang, Sotokoi to Maka, Jareng to Aniskunda, Dalaba to Papa, Bansang to Dobo Kunda. Markets. In October 2020, a counterpart contribution was paid to GANWORK. The market to be constructed in Dankonko community at the tune of $1.2 million. This market is very important for the women vendors in and around Dankonko. Before the market was constructed, the vendors used to squat on the ground for selling their products, such as vegetables and other condiments. The situation was very unhygienic. Now the women sell in hygienic conditions as the market is provided with raised platform in the form of concrete slabs. Health facilities. As Council mandate cuts across sectors, the health sector is also being supported through the provision of laborers in the health facilities located in Nana, Kudang, and Dankonko. The Council supports national cleansing activities taking place within the LGA to promote healthy environment for the communities. The growth centers benefited from such support in the area of fuel and other logistics. The Council is very concerned with the easy movement of people and goods within and outside the LGA, and therefore put high priority on road construction. Environment and waste management. Waste management is being carried out in the towns of Bansang, Janjanbureh, and Birkamaba, as well as in Kurang and Jaring. In these locations, waste in collection and disposed on the regular basis. Waste generated daily from these strategic settlements is quite enormous, and the provision of facilities for the disposal of waste is quite timely. I think that's all we have on the activity report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for that efficient presentation of the council's activities for the years ended 2019 and 2020. Now we'll proceed with the presentation of the financial statements by the financial director. Please do refer us to the relevant pages as you go along with the presentation. What you would need would just be the key highlights where you have cumulatives which would give basis to the details in what the financial statements. But as you are going, we'll appreciate it if at all you can guide us as to which pages you'll be doing the presentations from. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Chairman. Okay, I'm currently coming to present the financial statement, the audited financial statement for Janjanbureh Area Council 2019, from January 1st to 31st December 2019. Okay. Okay. On the table of content, we are going to begin with page 3. That's the general information. Where you have the councillors, principal officers. Yeah.
Sorry, you may skip that. We are only interested in the financial statements.
The financial statements.
Yes.
Okay, you can go to page 12. Yeah, where you have Janjanbureh Area Council revenue and expenditure statements for the year ended December 2019. Okay. The revenue total for Janjanbureh Area Council for year 2019 was $12,531,124.38. Under the revenue column, what we have there is the trade license, taxes, rates, rent and fees, other incomes, interest and dividends, bank, income taxes, deposit action aid, cash balance. Okay. So we go to the expenditure sheet. Our total expenditure for 2019 is 12 million. That's page 14. Yeah, it's 12,531,124.38. What we have there is the expenditure side. You have the chairman's office and other allowances, where we spent $1,296,532.64. Premises, you have 28,600. Transport, you have $591,497. On the establishment, we have zero. Supplies of
Sorry, let me help you. That would be a long list.
Okay.
Since you've given us the cumulatives,
yeah.
you can give us the subheads there.
Okay.
Like you have 10/01, which
Yeah.
is Office of the Chairman.
Okay.
You have 21/01, which is Office of the CEO.
No problem.
Just those subheads and then we go down.
Okay,
Just
thank
to
you.
summarize it. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Chairman. Okay, on the expenditures, on the Chairman's office, we spent $1,296,532.64 in 2019. Office of the CEO, salaries and allowances, we spent $395,225.67. Finance department, that's including salaries and allowances, we spent $1,055,403.53. Page 13. Okay. Market staff salaries, that is 23.1. We spent $446,818. On the security, that is salaries and allowances, is $95,582. Procurement department, we spent $55,458. Multipurpose centers and staff salaries, we recorded 0. Contributions and services, we spent $438,269.60. 0.60 bullets, sorry. Health and sanitations, that's their salary. We spent $887,850. Planning and development, staff salary, we spent $427,132. And then water and electricity, we spent $960. Okay. Ward projects, we recorded 0, and other projects we recorded 0 too. I think that's all. That's what gave us this accumulative amount of 12,531,124.38.
Okay, apart from the income and expenditure account, do you have any other financial statement? Like, do you have the statement of affairs or any other thing for 2019, or it is only the income and...
Yeah, it's only the...
Okay, then let's proceed to 2020.
Yeah, on the 2020, actually, we did not have a financial statement for 2020. Like you said before, we should take responsibility of the present financial statement as the present administration of Janjanbureh Area Council. But our predecessors did not provide any financial statement for the auditors for the year 2020, please.
So in a nutshell, you do not have anything to present for 2020,
of course,
as far as the financial statements are concerned. Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now then, we'll move to the National Audit Office to give us the audit opinion for the years ended 31st December 2019 and 31st December 2020, respectively.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. We're going to give the audit report for 2019 and 2020 for Janjanbureh Area Councils. I will refer you to page 7 of 2019. Auditor General's report on the financial statement of the Janjanbureh Area Council for the year ended 31st December 2019. The opinion is disclaimer of opinion. We've audited the financial statement of Janjanbureh Area Council for the year ended 31st December 2019. The financial statement comprised of revenue and expenditure statement for the year, then ended, and a summary of accounting policies and other explanatory information on page 12 to 21. Because of the significance of the matters described in the basis for disclaimer of opinion paragraph, we have not been able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide a basis for an audit opinion. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on the financial statement. The basis for disclaimer of opinion, this means in layman's listing is the reason why we are not able to express an opinion. The reasons are highlighted here. We conducted an audit in accordance with the international standard for supreme audit institutions. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statement section. And then the reasons are: 1, incomplete financial statement. The revenue and expenditure statement did not show either a surplus or deficit for the year. There was also no balance sheet as required by the Finance and Accounting Manual for local government authorities. In the absence of complete financial statement users will find it difficult to make informed financial decisions on the financial performance and state of affairs of the council. 2, improper maintenance of the main cash book. The main cash book, which is the primary entry of the area council's financial transaction, was not maintained properly. It was in two parts. The upper part was revenue and the lower part expenditure. Bank deposit by collectors were debited and credited simultaneously. The cash book did not analyze receipts and payment to their various heads and the subhead and did not include the required cash book column for the debit and credit side. We were unable to determine the accuracy or correctness and completeness of the cash book figures, including the closing and opening balances. Roman number 3, no trial balance. There was no trial balance for the year as required by the Finance and Accounting Manual for local government authorities. Without the trial balance, the accuracy of the ledger balances and financial statement could not be determined. 4, unpresented GTR. The council did not provide 3 GTR for audit inspection. We could not establish how much was collected and banked, the type of revenue collected, recorded and recognized in the cash book and financial statement respectively. GTRs carry higher risks than ticket because it can collect any amount. Contract document. The council did not provide contract document relating to council's office building, staff accommodation and construction of Sare Sophie Health Center. Without the contract document, it will be difficult to establish the nature of the contract, such as funding, that's the cost, work to be carried out, and other essential elements. On presented payroll, the council did not provide its payroll for audit inspection, despite several requests to management, as stated in paragraph 2.8.1 of the management letter. We could not determine the correctness of figures in respect of personal emolument recognized in the revenue and expenditure statement. I will just on a key audit matters, just on page 9. The key audit matters are those matters that in our professional judgment were of most significant in our audits of the financial statement of the current period. This matter was addressed in the context of our audits of the financial statement as a whole and informing our opinion there, and we do not provide a separate opinion on this matter. There was no accounting policy. The presentation of the financial statement were not prepared in line. And then this is just the key audit matters, some of the significant issues, just to bring it to your attention. For 2020, just as they've rightly said, the financial statement were not submitted to the audit team, and then they were not able to express any opinion for 2020. But these things are all captured in the management letter, that the financial statement was not prepared, and there was no handing over between the former CEO and the current CEO, evidence of handing over, and then there was no evidence of handing over between the former director of finance and the current director of finance. So these were all captured in the management letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. If at all still you want to expose us to some key highlights of the management letter for 2019/2020, if you believe it's necessary, we may have some of those key highlights.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, 29. Yeah, I can just. Where is it? 20. Management letter, page 5. Yeah, management letter. Page 5, okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The first finding, detailed finding. These findings, our findings were categorized into governance, internal control, and financial issues. I'm not going to read everything, but just to give you, 2.1.1 in effective council, general meeting. We noted that there was no evidence of minutes of council meeting for both 2019 and 2020. This was finding 2.1. And then I can tell you to 2.2. You have the vacant council clerk. The council clerk, this was as part of this, we are citing this section that dictate that at least there should be a clerk, but during the period the council did not appoint a council clerk for the administration and safekeeping of the council. That's 2.1. And then 2.1.3 on page 7, no service department. The finding, we noted that the council did not set up a service department as required by the act to help manage work and service of the council. Looking at the nature of the councils, if there is no service department, that is definitely a serious governance issue. In effective internal audit department, page 8, 2.1.4, the council did not set up an internal audit department as required by the above regulation. This condition exists for all the years under review. Without the internal audit, internal audit department in a council, where the internal audit is one to help in the internal control, to help management of the internal control. And you have the ineffective subcommittees. That's 2.1.5. I'll just take it to the expenditure. Page 10, 2.2.0. This means claim without supporting document. We noted that claim of 47,000 were paid without supporting documents as detailed below the table. These payments were effective, but there was no supporting documents attached. On presented payment voucher, page 11, numerous payment vouchers were as sample where we requested for this payment voucher, but they were not presented to the audit team during the audit. That's page 11. Misclassification of payments on page 12. We noted that a sum of payment totaling to 26,766 were misclassified as detailed below, because the classification, if the payment is for transport, and then you just classify it as training, these are budgetary lapses. It cannot control weaknesses for budget and payment procedures. On accounted collections, on page 13, we noted that on accounted revenue of 26,775 in respect of collection by the underlisted individuals, the collections were not recorded in the individual collectors cash book and were also not bank. You have their names here in the table, page 13. And then now I will just go quickly to the internal controls, so that internal controls on page 17. Internal control on page 17, handing over. There was no evidence of handing over between the former and present official of the council, that the CEO and the director of finance respectively. There was no handing over. On presented documents, on page 18, the fuel register, the training policy, IT policy, and the organizational chart were not presented to us during the audit. That's page 18. And then page 19, in effective planning directorate, we noted that the planning directorate of the council was occupied by a single staff. The said staff has been on study leave for 4 years, from September 2017 to February 2022, leaving the planning director without any staff during that time. Looking at the nature of the councils, he said it's development driven, so without a planning director at the time. You go to procurement on page 21. Procurement, no procurement plan at the time. The council did not prepare a procurement plan for the period under review as required by the act. Page 22, contract. The area council did not provide contract document for contract awarded for the year 2019 in respect of the office building, staff quarters, Sarasota health post, and borehole drilling. I think these are some of the key highlights, and then lack of bank reconciliation. These were the key highlights on the management letter. And then because of these issues, most of these internal control issues, and then lack of documentations provided to support, to support the audit team in forming an opinion, we were not able to, form an opinion on the financial statement for 2019 and 2020. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. At this moment, we'll invite our able team from the Gambia Public Procurement Authority to give us the compliance report for 2019 and 2020. Thank you. I know that the procurement authority is ahead of us. They have gone ahead and even did the compliance for 2021. But it's unfortunate that today we are not doing the consideration for the year ended 31st December 2021. So we might just limit our compliance to 2019 and then 2020. Yeah. Okay. Okay, before that, let's just do a little clarification. I'm just being informed by the clerk that indeed the 2019 was discussed, but it was at sectoral level, not at the level of FPAC. Because, you know, previously, area councils would report to the select committee on local government, but now that have changed. So which means as far as this committee is concerned, 2019 was not discussed. But we can let that pass and deal with current issues and limiting ourselves to 2020. You know, so you have the report for 2020 and 2021, but you can reserve the ones for 2021 and just limit your observations on 2020 based on the key highlights, because you haven't reached the level of the consideration. Just give us the key highlights and the report you have for 2020. That would suffice. Thank you.
2021, but we compile it with one report. So let me refer you to page 3, chapter 1, background information. In reference to section 12 of Gambia Public Procurement Act 2018, the GPPA is mandated to conduct annual compliance review on procuring organizations and accordingly inform the National Assembly and Cabinet on their respective compliance levels. In the execution of this aspect of its mandates, staff of GPPA conduct a review exercise at the Janjanbureh Area Council on the 14th February 2022 to determine the organization's level of compliance regarding procurement transactions conducted from 1st of January 2020 to 31st of December 2020. Yeah. Page 10. Non-compliance. We observe that SPU is directly reports to Director of Planning and Development, which is found to be non-compliance to the recommendation of best practice. Implications. Procurements may be individualized for personal gains since there is lack of...
Sorry. For the purpose of clarity, can you tell us what SPU means?
Specialized Procurement Unit.
Thank you.
Okay. Implications. Procurement may be individualized for personal gains since there is lack of proper control and supervision on the side of specialized procurement unit. Accountability and transparency are not assured. Causes use of wrong procedures which may lead to wrong award decisions. Value for money could not be assured. Recommendations. We recommended that procurement unit be under the supervision of the chief executive officer in accordance with the in order to make the unit more independent and administrative department. Page 13. Non-compliance. We observed that conciliations were conducting procurement. The councillors were conducting procurements in the wards without presenting procurement items received invoice in 2020. The SPU does not prepare non-submit to the authority report as required under the Act and regulation in both years. The SPU does not ensure that suppliers sign this purchase order prepared. Janjanbureh Area Council does not include the evaluation criteria in solicitation documents Form 101 sent to the suppliers in some procurement transactions during the year under review. The SPU does not liaise with the authority on matters relating to the disposal of assets. The head of SPU does not act as the secretary to the contracts committee. Implications. Transparency of procurement procedure could be compromised. Non-signing of purchase order by suppliers may lead to potential conflicts, especially if the suppliers defect in his duty under the contract. The absence of evaluation criteria may lead to wrong award decisions since there are no definitive basis for award, and absence of highly qualified staffs in SPU can affect the quality of their work. Recommendations. The SPU should include the evaluation criteria in the solicitation document sent to the suppliers, which will help in the evaluation process and recommendations for award. Should ensure that all LPOs are signed by both parties, including the suppliers. Prior approval must be sought from the authority before disposal of assets, and the head of the SPU should be secretary to the contracts committee and should be responsible of the preparing minutes of all meetings of the contracts committee. Highly qualified staff in procurement, management, law of economics should be appointed in the SPU. Page 15, non-compliance. There is no evidence indicating the formal establishment of the contracts committee members. Contracts committee did not constitute disposal committee and did not approve any disposal conducted during the period under review, in line with Section 5863 of the Gambia Public Procurement Act 2018. Contracts committee has not ensured monthly reports are submitted to the authority. Contracts committee did not ensure that the procurement officer is the secretary in the year 2020 to the contracts committee during the period under review, in line with Section 49 of the Gambia Public Procurement Authority Act 2018. Committee did not ensure that evaluation criteria are included in the solicitation document sent to the potential suppliers for certain procurements. Implications. Lack of monitoring of the disposal of assets by the contracts committee may lead to the use of wrong disposal procedures, and lack of evaluation criteria makes our decision subjective. Recommendations.
The contracts committee should ensure that evaluation criteria is provided to all the procurement potential suppliers procurement conducted. The committee should ensure that all disposals are sent to to the authority for prior approval in line with the Act and then the regulation. Page 16, non-compliance. Janjanbureh Area Council has not established disposal committee as required by GPPA Act 2018. Section 60, 61, 62, 63 of the GPPA regulation, section 12. Implications: the absence of disposal committee can delay the disposal process if the need of such arise. Recommendations: the PO should establish a disposal committee so that disposal procedures are followed as required by the Act. Page 17, examination and receipt committee. Non-compliance. The authority has not established the examination and receipt committee as required by GPPA regulation section 133, 134, 135 and 136. Implications: the absence of an examination and inspection committee may lead to poor quality of good supplied. Wrong quantity of goods may be supplied. Page 19, record keeping and procurement activities. Non-compliance. The PO does not maintain a comprehensive and individual file for each procurement activities in contravention of section 35(2). Some procurement files reviewed were found to be incomplete and did not have copies of the evaluation report. The good receipt notes, acceptance and delivery notes, notwithstanding, the files are marked with relevant procurement reference and sequentially codifications. Implication: proper assessment of procurement records is a challenge. An absence of delivery notes from the suppliers may lead to wrong quantities of supply. Recommendations: the PO should ensure the procurement proceedings are documented and files including all documents related to the procurement conducted. Example: receipt, delivery and good receipt notes. Page 20, procurement plan. Non-compliance. There was no annual consolidated procurement plan for 2020 under review as stipulated in section 29 of the GPP Amendment Act 2018. Janjanbureh Area Council made major adjustment in their procurement plan but was not communicated to the authority as required by the Act and then the regulation. That is procurement of vehicle. To define it. Okay. Page 29, specific findings. Non-compliance. The procurement item was not in the procurement plan as stipulated in regulation 25(1) of the GPPA regulation and section 29 of the GPPA Amendment Act 2018. Okay, that's it. The procurement of computer laptops. There were no minutes of the contracts committee to approve the procurement as stipulated in regulation 28 of GPPA, section 12(7)(b) and 2 of the Gambia Public Procurement Act 2018. There was no delivery receipt to show that the procurement was complete as stipulated in Section 35(2) of Gambia Public Procurement Act 2018. There was no inspection committee to inspect the goods as stipulated in Section 133 and 136 of the regulation. Page 30, procurement of air conditioners. Non-compliance. The procured items was not in the procurement plan as stipulated in Regulation 25(1) of GPP regulation and Section 29 of the GPP Amendment Act 2018. There was no minute of the Contracts Committee to approve the procurement as stipulated in Regulation 28 of the GPP, Section 12(7)(b) and 2 of the GPP Amendment Act 2018. There was no delivery receipt to show that the procurement was complete as stipulated in Section 35(2) of the GPP Act 2018. There was no inspection committee. No good receipt stipulated in Section 133 to 136 of the GPP regulation. Page 31, procurement of furniture for new office complex. Non-compliance. The procured items was not in the procurement plan as stipulated in Regulation 25(1) of GPP regulation and Section 29 of the GPP Amendment Act 2018. There was no minutes of the Contracts Committee to approve the procurement as stipulated in Regulation 28 of the regulation and Section 12(7)(b) and 2 of GPP Amendment Act 2018. There was no inspection committee to inspect the goods as stipulated in Section 133 to 136 of the regulation. The procurement documentation such as GPP forms 101, 01, 040 and delivery notes were not attached. Page 32. Procurement of 300 bags of rice, 25 kilogram. Non-compliance. The procurement item was not in the procurement plan as stipulated in Regulation 25(1) of the GPP regulation and Section 29 of the GPP Amendment Act. Purchase order was not raised by the end users department as stipulated in Regulation 28 of the GPP regulation and Section 12(7)(b) and 2 of GPP Amendment Act. There was no purchase order. That Form 102 was not filled. There was no minutes of the Contracts Committee for the procurement. The quotations were not open in the registration of registered of Form 004 as stipulated in Section 35(2) and 29 of GPP regulation, 25 of GPP regulation. Specifications were not developed for this procurement. There was no inspection committee to inspect the goods as stipulated in Regulation 133 to 136. No prior approval was sought from the authority. Procurement was above the threshold of single source. Procurement of digging of boreholes at the Sare Janjanbureh village. Non-compliance. The procurement item was not in the procurement plan as stipulated in Regulation 25(1) of the GPP regulation and Section 29 of the GPP Amendment Act 2018. Purchase order was not raised by the end user department as stipulated in Regulation 28 and Section 12(7)(b) and 2 of GPP Amendment Act. There was no purchase order. Form 102 was not filled. There were no minutes of the Contracts Committee for this procurement. Quotations were not open in a registered Form 004 as stipulated in Section 35(2) and 29 of GPP Amendment Act 2018. Specifications were not developed for this procurement. There was no inspection committee to inspect the goods as stipulated in Regulation 133-136. No prior approval was sought from the authority. Procurement was above the threshold of single source. There was no evaluation report by the contracts committee. There was no delivery receipt as stipulated in Section 35(2) of the GPP Amendment Act 2018. Page 34. Spare parts. The procurement was not in the procurement plan as stipulated in Regulation 25(1) of GPPA Regulation and Section 29 of GPPA Amendment Act 2018. Purchase order was not raised by the end user department as stipulated in Regulation 28 of the GPPA Regulation and Section 12(7)(b) and 2 of GPPA Act. There was no purchase order. Form 102 was not filled. There was no minutes of the contracts committee for this procurement. Quotations were not open in a registered Form 004 as stipulated in Section 35(2) and 29, Section 29 of GPP Amendment Act 2018. Specifications were not developed for this procurement. There was no inspection committee to inspect the good as stipulated in Regulation 133-136. No prior approval was sought from the authority. Procurement was above the threshold of single source. There was no evaluation report by the contracts committee. There was no delivery receipt as stipulated in Section 35(2) of the GPPA Act. Page 35. Borehole drilling. Non-compliance. The procurement item was not in the procurement plan as stipulated in Regulation 25(1) of the GPPA Regulation and Section 29 of GPPA Act. Purchase order was not raised by the end user department as stipulated in Regulation 28 of the GPPA Regulation and Section 12(7)(b) and 2 of the GPPA Act. There was no minutes of the contracts committee for this procurement. Quotations were not open in a registered Form 004 as stipulated in Section 35(2) and 29 of GPPA Act 2018. Specifications were not developed for this procurement. There was no inspection committee to inspect the good as stipulated in Regulation 133-136. No prior approval was sought from the authority. The procurement was above the threshold of single source. There was no evaluation report by the contracts committee. There was no delivery receipt as stipulated in Section 35(2) of the GPPA Act 2018. Recommendations. It is recommended that the Council to ensure to a framework agreement with routine procurement, example, fuel maintenance. It is recommended that Janjanbureh Area Council to establish a disposal committee. The SPU should be directly answerable to the Chief Executive Officer. Training of SPU members in the filling of forms. Training of members of the newly contracts committee members. It is recommended that Janjanbureh Area Council to establish an inspection committee. In conclusion, the above compliance-related variables, specific findings on some of the procurement transactions conducted for the period under review. Janjanbureh Area Council was found to be 35% in the year 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation of the compliance report for the year 2020. And at this moment, I would take this opportunity to thank the Janjanbureh Area Council, from the CEO, the chairman, and then the finance director, and then also to the National Audit Office for, the presentation of the financial report, and then to GPPA as well. Having completed the presentation of the financial report, having also completed the presentation of the report from the National Audit Office and also the compliance report from GPPA, now the committee will take a 30 minutes break and will resume by 12:30 for the consideration of the 2019 and 2020 reports accordingly. So we would stand down for 30 minutes and by 12:30 sharp, we resume to do the substantive considerations of both reports. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's for them, not us. 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, Clerk. Honorable members, it is reported that a quorum does exist for the Finance and Public Accounts Committee to commence business. Those in favor, please say aye. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, it could be recalled that earlier on, during our morning session, we did adopt the agenda for both the morning and afternoon session. And currently, we'll continue ahead with the consideration of the financial reports, of the reports for Janjanbureh Area Council for the year ended 31st December 2019 and 2020. But before doing that, I would apologize to the entire team because in the morning I didn't give the honorable members and other stakeholders the opportunity for introduction, which is a very, very important norm in the parliament. So I really wish to register my sincere apologies on that. I would start with my humble self. I am Honorable Kebalang Fufana, a member of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee. And today I'll be deputizing in for the chairman, Honorable Alaji S. Dabo, who is away on other parliamentary duties. And then the introduction can continue on my immediate left.
Well, subject matter specialist.
I'm Honorable Suleiman Jamme, member of this committee.
I'm Honorable Kebat Manisane, a member to this committee.
I'm David Gomez, Ministry for Lands and Regional Government.
Mahmoud Ba from the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government.
Yeah, I am Lavin Jasi, Director of Finance, Janjanbureh Area Council.
I am Ibrahim Bianco Sane, Chairman, Janjanbureh Area Council.
I am Pasi Tise, CEO, Janjanbureh Area Council.
I am Marie Bukani, Procurement Officer, Janjanbureh.
Ibrahim Asanyang, Director of Policy and Operations at GPPA.
I am Branko Nyira from GPPA.
I'm Yaya Jalo, Auditor, National Audit Office.
I am Bakari Traore, Director of Audit, National Audit Office.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Alhaji Drame, representing the Auditor General.
Yusufaka, Subject Matter Specialist.
Abdullah Sham, Subject Matter Specialist.
I am Lamin Iman.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, I sincerely wish to apologize for not giving the committee the opportunity during the morning session for the normal introductions. So, welcome back. And right now, this particular session is going to concentrate on the substantive consideration of all the issues that were raised during the presentation of the reports of Janjanbureh Area Council for the periods ended 31st December 2019 and then 2020. We did receive the financial statement report from the Director of Finance from Janjanbureh Area Council, and then the auditor's report also was read by the Director of Audit. And then we also had the compliance report together with the activity report from the CEO. So we'll take a holistic and in-depth analysis of all these various reports with the ultimate aim of seeing how best do we improve on the operations of Janjanbureh Area Council and make it a council that is going to serve the interests of the people, which is what? Towards the advancement of our mutual interests. So, honorable members, at this moment in time, what we are going to do is let us start with the financial statements. If we have any corrections on the financial statements, we can do it together with the auditor's opinion. Once we are ready with that, then we can look at the management letter. After the management letter, then we can look at the compliance report from GPPA. After the compliance report, then we can have a look at the CEO statement, which will give us an in-depth of the activity report. so as to look at some of their improvements and challenges as well. So right now, if at all we have any observations with regards to the financial statements, we can come up with them.
Thank you very much, Ken.
Honorable Tumani.
Yes, Honorable Tumani. And then thank you, Janjanbureh team. And then just as we always say to others, it's not about a witch hunt, but it's just trying to put things right so that we know the challenges the country is facing. So having all these subject specialists here, they are all here to guide us. And then when I look at the audit report, it's like that is a problem. That there are a lot of challenges probably that we are facing. So for me, that would be the question, to know those challenges, because there are a lot of queries if you look at the audit report. It's even difficult to establish some of the incomes or expenses, where they're coming from or how it was even spent. So this is why I say that there are a lot of challenges. So for me, it's just to find out what happened.
Okay, can we guide them through it in the process? Because if we open the floodgates now,
yeah,
we won't go. You would come to that.
Okay.
But let us specifically ask them on the report, so that when we are ready, we tie it down to something. Or do you want me to lead a little bit? Okay, just give me 5 minutes, and then we would get there. So, to the finance director, let's go to page 12 of the 2019 report. We'll start with the income statement. You do this to lay the foundation for the auditor's opinion. In page 12, you have the revenue and expenditure statement.
2019.
Page 12 of 2019.
Yeah.
So my question will be in relation to the revenue items, specifically the bank. You have a revenue from the bank, or you classified a revenue coming from the bank of 4,045,961. Can you help us? Because this is coming as a revenue, and even in the notes, we are not seeing any explanation.
Okay.
Can you tell us how that particular money is coming and where it really emanates from?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. For this bank here, I think it will be revenues that we receive through our bank accounts.
Sorry to interject.
Yeah.
We want clarity. Probability would just bring in a lot of things.
Yeah.
Be sure of what we are saying. Yeah. I think, or maybe, or probably, let us keep those words. Let it just be precise on it. Okay. Because this is your purview.
Yeah.
Well, can you help us to know why that revenue? Yes.
The bank is the revenues that we receive through our bank accounts. That's the $4,045,961 is zero butut.
Help us understand.
Okay, these are some of the operational licenses that we receive from other institutions like UCell, AVCell, GEGC, and Co.
Okay. Now let's take this step by step.
Okay.
As an accountant,
yeah,
you need to do classification.
Of course.
When you classify year in, year out consistently, you can keep your records and you can do comparison. Bank or cash, these are assets.
Yeah.
Together. They are assets. So these assets will come in the form of what? A revenue.
Yeah.
So looking at it from a classification point of view, is this the correct place for you to bring it?
No. Like we said previously, these statements were not prepared by us. It was prepared by our predecessors. And we called them for them to even come and clarify some of these issues. And they did not respond to our call. And some of those letters have been copied to you guys here in the National Assembly.
Okay, let's get this straight. We'll get to that.
Okay.
You see, every institution operates on the principles of going concern. This audit report that we are having now was done in October 2028.
Yeah.
And you are the director of finance, to which I assume and I believe, and I know you are competent to do it.
Of course.
Not so. When you find an anomaly in the system, do you apportion the blame and continue with it, or do you correct it?
I should correct it and move on with it.
Why was this one not corrected?
These statements were already been audited. And then previously, I think they accounted this 4 million on the bank as the revenues they receive through the particular bank account. Yeah, that's why we have it on the bank. But it should not be labeled this way.
When did you join Janjanbureh Area Council?
In July.
July
2022.
Okay, just a moment.
Yeah.
To the National Audit Office, when was the audit for Janjanbureh Area Council conducted?
The audit was for 2021, was conducted in 2021, and then the report was finalized in October 2022. October 2022. Yeah, the report was finalized in October 2022. But that was because it takes a longer period for us to finalize, because I think during this audit there was no finance director at the time, so it takes longer than required for us to even conclude this. I know the audit was done before he was appointed. Well, today is my first time of seeing him. The difficulty here will be, even if you said banks, this thing that he sent, and that is reported in our management letter, no disclosure, because like we are all outside. Audit reports should be in a way, if an independent person comes, you just go through the report and you are informed. The notes will tell you what this thing consists of. If you say the bank the notes should be note 5, banks, this consists of the money received from QCell and this and deposited at this particular bank. But this report, that is what it is lacking. That is what is lacking in this report. So it will be very difficult for one to, that's why the auditors cannot express an opinion. Yeah.
Thank you. So the same issue now, I would refer the question to the chairperson. So, chairperson.
Yes, please.
Who was the accountant that prepared, or the director of finance who prepared this financial statement?
When I succeeded the position, it was Mr. Babukar Mane, and he left after, succeeded by Mr. Alhaji Mane. But I spent a very short period with Alhaji Mane. I had been here before, and I had been a little, I wouldn't say a little bit, I had been uncomfortable replying here from the past, and then it sounds like a recurring affair, and then I have got my own ideas or suggestions about this when we come to that, if you would allow me. Yeah.
We'll come to that. But now we want to lay the foundation. We want to be specific to this, and then we'll get to all the issues where you have opinions. But let's get to this particular one, because someone was in charge, and the individual should have the right qualifications to perform his duty, and it was someone's responsibility to appoint him. I think I have to be straight here. Who was the accountant that prepared this statement? That is what I am asking now.
Babukar Mane.
Babukar Mane?
Yes.
Whose responsibility was it to appoint the finance director?
He was the finance director.
Whose responsibility was it?
I don't understand, sir.
Who appointed him as a finance director?
He was acting. I found him with the word acting on him. But then the satisfaction had been around all throughout at his back.
By virtue of the Local Government Act, who appoints the finance director?
Again, I can't answer that, sir.
Now let's move to the Chief Executive Officer. When did you assume responsibilities as the CEO of Janjanbureh?
In May 2021.
In May 2021.
Yeah.
Can you give us a guided approach as to who is responsible for the appointment of the finance director at council level?
Yeah, that's the ministry, the Local Government Service Commission.
This commission. Now, we can go to the director of governance at the ministry. Can kindly help us?
Yeah, the Local Government Service Commission appoints the Director of Finance.
Can you confirm to us that, as alluded to by the chairman, the said individual was the person who prepared these financial statements?
I wouldn't know exactly who prepared the financial statements at the time, but presumably is Babukar Mane.
Babukar Mane.
Yeah.
We'll get to some of the emerging issues in the auditor's report, but at face value, just from the start, we know that the individual who was there doesn't have the qualifications to man the position. So the question now would be, since the ministry is responsible, the director of governance, I'll make it simple. What happened? Why do we have incompetent people manning government positions when you have a lot of qualified Gambians to fill in?
Yes, he was in the Director of Finance as per se. He was the finance manager. Then the vacancy exists, if I don't forget. Then he was acting in that capacity until a full-time Director of Finance in the person of Alaji Mane was appointed. But prior to that, he was acting in that capacity. He was in the Director of Finance.
Yeah, but still that didn't answer the question.
Okay, come again.
The question was, why was an individual who doesn't have the capacity allowed to fill in the position?
Yes, as I said, he didn't fill the position. He was just overseeing the position, pending the appointment of a qualified or competent Director of Finance.
Let's agree on one thing.
Yeah.
At that moment, whether he was acting or not, he was filling the position because he was executing the responsibilities of the finance director.
Yeah.
Not so.
That's right.
And he didn't have the competence. So the question now is, as per the regulations, the director of Directorate of Governance is the one responsible. So the question is, why was that the situation?
Yeah, probably at the time we couldn't get somebody to take up that position. As the person, as he was the one next to the Director of Finance, finance manager, and that's why he was overseeing the position.
We'll get to this because we have more evidence to prove that the individuals manning those positions do not have the competence. So we'll still move on the financial statement to the Director of Finance. Let's go to page 13 again. Not page 13, go to page 14. That should be under expenditures. Just like we've seen bank under the revenue, under the expenditures again, we are seeing cash at bank of $426,936.65.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, as the Director of Finance, is there any anomaly in this presentation?
Of course, there is.
That is.
Yeah.
I want us to complete that statement. Again, you would see the total expenditures of the council, 2019 standing as 12,531,124, which equals to the total revenue of 12,531,124. Balancing it off, and the net effect is neither a surplus or a deficit.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you've observed?
Yeah, to my observation in this financial statement is that I think not most of the figures here.
Figures don't lie. Forget the word I think. Figures don't lie.
To my observation,
is this accurate or not?
It's not accurate. To my observation in this financial statement, it's like it's been cooked. Yeah.
It's been cooked.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, to justify that, I will refer this honorable committee to page 7. of 2017.
Page 12.
To page 7.
Yeah.
Justify what you said.
Okay.
According to the Director of Finance, he said the financial statements were good, which means it was creative accounting. And it couldn't be described better. So now to tie that up, we just want to look at what the auditor have said. The auditors are saying in note 3.0.1, the last paragraph,
Okay.
they said we have not been able to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to provide a basis for an audit opinion. Accordingly, we do not express an opinion on this because there was no statement.
Of course.
All they did was what? To balance it off. Now let's look at the underlying reasons.
Okay.
And to that, we will refer it to the chairman. Chairman, we know that you were not there, you were sick. But since you are seated in front of the committee here, we expect you to take the position of the chairmanship, and we also expect you to be in full understanding of what happened in the council, because that was your role. So if you look at what the auditors are saying on page 7, they are saying that there is no cash surplus or deficit, which we've what? Justified. Okay? They are saying there's also no balance sheet. And if you look at the report, there is no balance sheet. And as such, the users of financial accounting information cannot make what? Accurate decision. They are also saying they could not ascertain the accuracy or the completeness of what? The cash book. Because in the cash book, revenues will be credited, they will be debited, and again they will be what? Credited. They're equally saying there was no trial balance. The auditors are also saying your payroll was not presented to them. Having encountered all of these challenges, they said they could not express an audit opinion. So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the question would be, were you aware that your finance department has not been properly handled?
Well, you are very right, because the Mr. Bakari Traoré had spoken to me some time back, maybe a year or two back, over issues happening at the level of the council. He wasn't at all happy. And what I came to understand through him made me very, very much unhappy. It was not happening as expected. And then we tried to talk to each other to straighten. But then I was very shortcoming in many things which I did not understand. The running of the council, the expectations for was very low. But then what I was told, I was able to talk to other councillors about such. I can remember he even left me a copy and then outlined that points as you have just stated. But then how do we go about? That was the question. How do we really rectify the situation to stay? Not every year in and out, or every time to come here, talk over the same thing, the same advice, going back and trying to address the situation whilst it remains the same. I'm not a happy man. Not this way anyway. I don't see life this way because we all have responsibilities to the people. And then when we discuss, we want to see a very, very good, explanation that would bring development. Not something that is always bringing retardation, a challenge all the time.
Sorry to interject, Mr.
I'm sorry if I want to make it. It's an old teacher. I
know.
I apologize for that.
No, that's in order.
That's where I believe that you come in. That's the National Assembly. That when next I have only 2 months to go.
Sorry, Chair, before we give our recommendations,
okay,
or talk about the future, we need to know the implications of what is currently at hand. And I will repeat the question again.
Okay.
Your finance director has said it all. He said the financial statements were cooked, and that is the reality. That alone have implications, because you signed to this as a chairperson, taking responsibility, and the chief executive officer.
Could you say that again?
Presenting false documentation only to the National Assembly have implications. Talk about the underlying implications with regards to material loss that could have occurred at Janjanbureh Area Council due to the inefficiency of the Finance Directorate is something else. But now what we want to get at is, why was it that an individual with the right competence was not hired to man the position? And I would ask the question again. After knowing that your finance director at that time was not efficient to carry on, why did you allow the status quo to continue? Or what actions have you taken to remedy it at that time?
I have said this over and over. Nobody would like to get stuck with blames after knowing them. And then we've said about this. Even, I'm sorry, the CEO in absence here, I'm not trying to blame him much, but then I think together it wasn't working, not as expectation. And I have written, I have stood up, although personally I know him, but to work, I did not accept. And I had kept on fighting against until, to my satisfaction, when a new CEO came, and I thought I could try it this time. But unfortunately, I got sick. I didn't go far with him to say what I have been saying. The wrongs have been there. As I said, Mr. Trawale had established this to me. He had shown me, he had given me the idea that these are the wrongs. And then I pick up from that. At meetings, everywhere, I wasn't quiet. I had never been quiet. So, yeah, I mean, I can remember when I stood here trying to talk, of course, on, informally, trying to convince people that the councillors, you said let me not make recommendation, but it gets along with it. Councillors and the chairman should be well trained, put in order, just like when you come newly into office, when you are taken aside, trained to understand certain situations.
Chairman, I would interject again.
Okay,
because
I apologize.
Still, we are not getting the answer, because I don't know whether we all understand the seriousness of what we have on the table. It's like nothing came from Janjanbureh Area Council. It been, in fact, nothing came from there that would have been better than coming up with fictitious figures. The auditors could not do their job because the accounts department did not prepare anything. So we want to limit it to that one. We've established the fact that the Directorate of Governance under the Ministry of Local Government are the ones responsible to hire a finance director. Now, I would be specific. Did you engage the ministry along that line? That you do not have a competent director of finance? And you need the individual there to be replaced. Did you do that, Mr. Chairman?
I mean, that's what I have said. I said to my level, the way I could do it, that's the way I went along. You know, I didn't know any other way. I'm just coming to understand clearly that these things are coming from the person responsible for the governance.
So are you trying to tell this committee that you didn't know that the local government ministry is the one responsible to hire the director of finance?
Yeah, not directly. Anyway, who the guy responsible? No, I didn't come across it and how it's shaped up.
No. Chairman, this would be very easy if we answer the questions directly. Are you telling us that you were not aware of the fact that it is the local government ministry who is responsible to hire the director of finance? That is the question. Did you know that they were the ones responsible, or you did not know?
Generally, I understand that they are responsible of the council. Generally.
Specifically, did you know that they are the ones responsible to hire the director of finance?
Yes.
Okay. You knew. Did you engage them to change your director of finance? Did you do that?
I mean, it's there. If we had the power to dismiss him or to move him away, we would have done that long ago. But then we were trying to see ways of how to do away with him.
Okay, I'll make it simple. It takes concerted efforts. It's not about you as a person. It's you as a chairperson having a role to play, and the ministry on the other line having a role to play. We want to know from your end what engagements you've done. When you realize that you don't have competent staff manning the Directorate of Finance, you want to know, did you engage the ministry? Did you inform them to act? Yes or no? And then we'll get to the ministry.
No, I didn't inform them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Honorable members, if you have any question for the chairman with regards to that issue, you can come up with it before we engage the Directorate of Governance at the Ministry of Local Government and Lands.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. This report, who signed it? Is it you, the chairman, or your vice deputy? Who signed this one?
He's the CEO and the finance,
Director. The present one. So because I understand he was not in council, because he was not okay. So, but during that time, who was responsible of the council?
I didn't get that properly.
I understand that you were not there.
Yes.
So, in your absence, who was responsible of the council as far as your position is concerned? You know, you have your deputy. Okay, let me help you.
Okay.
You know, the vice chairperson was there. So during this period, who was coordinating all these activities? Because you were not there.
It was my deputy who was acting in my position under the CEO, I guess.
So, where is he, the deputy?
He's no longer my deputy. I mean, he's been removed from his position.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I think most of the activities done, by then you were not in council, but today, how can you justify some of the activities that were done in your absence?
I've mentioned that this is a recurring factor which is happening here. We talk about this. The council, Janjanbureh area council, had not been doing things to expectation. I was here live, then I wasn't sick. So when the discussion started this way, I know that it's the same thing. It's not been rectified. The problem or the problems are still there. And they need to turn from what had been said about it the last time and what is being said now. Something would have to happen to make it better. This is what I'm saying. Even the person who was acting in my position is said to be said that he has not been fit enough to run the courses of the council. Unfortunately, he's been elected as a councillor and then been, selected as a vice chairman. So when I was sick and could not do anything at that point in time, I wrote to say, I was sick, let him be given the position. That was my suggestion, and it's been given to him. And when I came over, I found problem upon problem where he had been in the middle. Not only the finance, but the social, the economical, but all those things. And then the councillors thought it best to move him after 4 years of position. Only 2 months left, they remove him and replaced by somebody who is thought to be better. We're trying to do our best within a very short time. I'm hearing this here. We are hearing. We're going back with determination, not looking at the 2 months being short, but then we are determined that it could, it could happen, that changes may come. And then the next time, even in absentia, it will be something different. I trust him because, what he has performed.
Yeah, can I help you, Chairman?
Okay.
Sorry. I just want us to collaborate things.
Okay. So,
It's Janjanbureh Area Council. You were there, the vice was there. For 4 years, the councillors were there. So for 4 years, you allow him to act on your behalf. And now, you said he is not competent, he cannot do the job. When did they know that he could not do the job? Because today, whatever happens here, it's like you are going to be held responsible. In your absence, what happened there? For me, I think I should not hold you responsible. But because you are the chairman, you assume again office. You have to take the responsibility. But how can you work with him so that you can try to settle some of these things as a council, because your councillors were there.
yes.
And I understand, because this one is more of governance. Around, October, there was a resolution passed to, I think, remove you for him to act. And last week, I guess, another resolution was passed to remove the deputy chairman in the same council, meaning there is a serious problem within the council. And now with this problem, who is responsible to take up this responsibility? Because according to the director, this information is a cooked information that is given to the assembly.
I believe that the person acting in my position had not been looking into such, had not been...
Sorry to interject. Sorry. Honorable, you have a very valid point. If you go to the ML, under the issues of governance, we'll bring it. Right now, what we will take as a committee is, since you've assumed responsibility and you are sitting here, whatever happens in your absence is your responsibility. You are ready and prepared to take that.
I agree.
Together, your internal problems, when you go, you can settle it out amicably. Okay? But you have a point. And that point will be featured in some of the ML areas, because even the National Audit Office have highlighted that. Together. But the last question he asked, I will refer that to the local government ministry. Apparently, the auditors couldn't do their job because the accounts prepared by Janjanbureh Area Council were not real, they were not accurate, they were not correct. Indeed, the chairperson have alluded to the fact that he did not engage the ministry at any time. But that doesn't serve in any way as a deterrent by the ministry from performing its oversight functions. So, the governance unit of the local government ministry, we are aware of the fact that we do not have competent staff with regards to finance at Janjanbureh Area Council. And if yes, why did we allow the situation to persist?
Yes, first of all, let me put this thing right. The responsibility of recruiting a director of finance is bestowed on an institution, and that is the Local Government Service Commission. I just want to set that right. The Local Government Service Commission.
Under whose authority? Under whose supervision?
The Ministry's supervision.
Which ministry?
Of Lancer Regional Government.
Then it comes back to you. It comes back to you.
Okay.
Yes, let's get the correction right. Yeah, it comes back to you. Yeah. Why is it still persisting?
No, it's not still persisting because what the commission did, they advertised the position, and those who feel have interest and have the requisite requirements have applied for the position, gone through the interview process, shortlisting interview, and eventually one Alaji Mane was recruited as Director of Finance to take full responsibility of that department.
I use the word persist intentionally, and it's very correct because from 2019 up to 2020, we had no records from Janjanbureh Area Council. So an incident that happened for complete 24 months persisted. So why did we allow it to persist? Knowing fully well that without a functional accounting department, if you go through the management letter which you are having, you will realize that the auditors cannot even tell you how much revenue these people collected. Lot of missing PVs, which we will get to. But since we are just starting, you want to know, why did you allow it to persist at that particular moment in time?
From our end, definitely we didn't allow it to persist. We didn't allow it. We didn't allow it to persist. Sometimes getting the right people to go on posting around that end is not easy. Sometimes we advertise, nobody apply. Sometimes we advertise, people will apply, but won't get the right person. And that position cannot be left like that. It's unlike a secretarial position that we can manage for 1 week, etc., etc. But that finance position, it can be left vacant for good.
It cannot be left vacant for 2 years. That's why we allowed someone who doesn't have the required qualifications to perform the job and give us a report that is not fit for purpose, with a lot of implications.
Yeah, while the report may not be fit for purpose, but as I said earlier on, he is the finance manager. Finance manager in the sense that he is number 2. He is next to the director of finance. So automatically, if the director of finance is not there, is the one to oversee the position until at such a time when we are able to get a substantial position holder.
Okay. Now let's look at the outlook. What is the recruitment strategy developed by the Directorate of Governance or the Local Government Service Commission to make sure that the local government authorities have the required expertise with regards to staff?
Yes, there is a scheme of service with the positions, the requirements for each position is clearly spelled out there. So when we place out an advertisement, it is what we incorporate in the advert. For example, procurement manager, we have direct entry, indirect entry. This and this is what is required. And then people apply. Once applicants apply, then a short listing is done. Shortlisting, then interview, and then those who succeed, if there is any written to notify them of the outcome of their interview.
That is the process of recruitment.
Yeah.
But my question more or less is with regards to how do we add value? Because you said earlier on that it is difficult to get people to go and work around those areas, which means that is a challenge. Strategically now, what have you put in place? Because you said the problem is no longer persisting, means it is corrected. What have you done differently?
Yeah, we haven't done anything specifically different as such, because what was paid or the allowances that are available is still the same thing that runs. In order to entice people or certain categories of people to be willing to take up appointments in that part of the country.
So are you confident that you have the right caliber of staff in Janjanbureh Area Council manning the different positions as of now?
No, it may not be. Just for example, like this director of finance who took over, I can't remember how long, and he resigned. He served less than 1 year. Last less than 1 year, he resigned.
Okay.
He picked a good job somewhere.
Okay.
So it's not easy as
so is the problem persistent?
For some areas, yes. Okay. For some sectors.
Thank you. We'll establish that now with the next question. To the National Audit Office, when did you do the audit exercise for the year 2020?
The audit was in 2021 around October. Yeah, around October 2021.
Yeah. Can you just tell us what were some of the challenges you faced?
Yes, the challenge here, I think I have some couple of these things, maybe just to help, maybe to start with the preparation of the financial statement. It is definitely the responsibility of management of any institutions to prepare a financial statement. But you know, management, you don't expect the CEO or the director general. It's through the finance director, the head of finance, or whoever. The reason why I said is the management, because if there is any, if the director of finance is reporting to the CEO or whatever, depending on the hierarchy, so specifically it's not the responsibility of the accountant to prepare. He is the one to do the job, but the responsibility still lies with the management of the institution. We comprises of different things. When you come to, this is happening to all the councils. I was even having this discussion with the director of governance shortly even before this, just at Casper discussions. What is happening in the councils is capacity problem. You will go to the councils, most of these we call finance directors, and then I think it's affecting almost all the councils. They are limited, most of them, and excuse my this, most of them, their finance departments, the people hailing are limited when you come to the preparation of financial statement. They are struggling, auditors are struggling to make sense of some of these figures that they are presenting to us. The ministry has a great role to play in this. All these constraints are factored in the management letter, and the ministry are copied. The reason why the ministry are copied is for them to know what is happening in various councils and take the necessary action. If necessary actions are not taken, we will continue having this issue. My first when this is more of the reason why the National Audit Office in fact established a unit. This unit was established just in 2019. By then the units will go round, audit the area. But we see what is happening there. Our normal track cannot just address the issue. That's why they established this unit to concentrate on the councils. But capacity has always been a problem. And then you go to the councils, for example, I just wonder maybe the chairman and then this thing. When we started going, you see that there is a lot of gap between the CEOs, the chairman, and the councillors. Because I think what even brought about my listing with the chairman by then, it's like during the audit, they don't even know that they are part of the audit. They even don't understand that they have the oversight function. So I even have to tell the chairman, you have an oversight function. The CEO is responsible for the day-to-day administration, but you have that oversight function over the CEO and the team. Because when the reports get to the National Assembly, you are the one, who has to answer to some of these things, oversight function. And then you look at the capacity of the councillors that the chairman and these things also are working with. I'm just trying to highlight some of the issues that are coming up. So any council I go, it's not only unique to Mansa, but anywhere I go, I will make sure that being the mayor, the chairman also, for them to know their responsibility. Not just leave everything with the CEO administration, because you have an oversight function over them. That's why before we are not even copying them in the audit report, but we started copying all this chairman and the mayor in the report, so that they will not say we are not aware. They can take action. The ministry has a role to play in this. We are copying them in all the reports. But it's unfortunate that at times we will only have the ability to discuss this thing with them when we meet here. And then from here, that's the end until we meet again. And then even the recruitment process and procedures, auditors, we cannot say this one doesn't have the qualification or having the competency. We can only base that, on reasons, on facts. So that's why the only thing we can do is to bring the internal control weaknesses that are in the report for the ministries to know this is what is happening and we have to do something about it. But unfortunately, that has not been happening. When my team were in Janjanbureh, an audit before this, I engaged the chairman to tell him that what is happening, you people need to work together with your CEO to make sure that something is done about it. No matter whatever you're doing, if your finances are not performing, you cannot make any difference. The last audit I wasn't around, but the team confirmed to me that there is no, because I think by then the director of finance left or maybe was on leave or whatever. The team struggled. It's like I can say there was no competent person at the account, so the team definitely struggled. That's why even to finalize the report, it took us a longer period for us to finalize. That was the challenge that we and then it's never our intention to express disclaimer or adverse opinion. We always want to make sure that, because as public audits at National Audit Office, it's just to enhance what they are doing. I will tell them our doors are open. Anything that we can get professionally, we will do it. But again, the open audit cannot be left open-ended. At some point, we have to conclude. And then this is what happened. We cannot make best use of it because there is no disclosure notes, there is no explanatory note. So even the current director of finance, I doubt if he can do anything about it, because it's the explanatory note that should give us direction, but that is lacking in this report.
Which means we can establish the fact that the audit for the year ended 2020 was conducted around October 2021, not so? October 2021.
Yes, October 2021, because I know it was shortly before the election. I think even the campaign found my people there around that.
And at the same time also, I think the situation was even worse than the audit exercise of 2019. At least in 2019, you had an income and expenditure account that was not fit for purpose, but in 2020, there was nothing.
2019, whilst I was there, I think that was the time I even engaged the chairman. Because even by then, there was no financial statement.
Thank you.
But I made sure that the chairman, for him to know that he has a responsibility with his council. And then after when we left, that was the time they were able to prepare something. Because our doors are always open, prepare something, and then we look at it. It wasn't a clean report, but it was better. For 2019, So for 2020, nothing was presented.
Nothing was presented.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll pose this question to the CEO. Earlier on, you said you joined Janjanbureh Area Council. Was it around May of 2021? March of 2021?
2021, yes.
Okay. That's why you were excused for the audited report of 2019, because it wasn't prepared in your presence.
Yeah.
But the audit exercise of 2020 was done when you were the chief executive officer. We've had the external auditors together. The National Audit Office is saying they had absolutely nothing from Janjanbureh Area Council. There was no income and expenditure account. There was no financial statement. there were no summary notes detailing to them as to what was transpiring. What happened?
Yeah, I concur with them. Yeah, as I said before, I took over office in March 2021. When I took over office in March, the first step I did was a situational report. I assessed the council and I assessed all the departments and I put up a comprehensive situational report on my recommendations. And I think these reports were shared with the ministry and other relevant stakeholders. During the last audit, I struggled for the response of that audit, but to no avail, because I engaged these people to help me with some of the informations so that I'll be able to put up a response, but I was unable to get them. I wrote to the National Audit to inform them. I also wrote to the Select Committee, and I have been writing to the Ministry to tell them exactly what I'm encountering at the Council. There are certain responses I think I'll not be able to respond it, simply because, for example, if you have vouchers without supporting document, I think my predecessors should be in the position to provide those documents. But for me, I think I'll not be able to provide those documents. That's why I engage all the stakeholders to inform them of the situation at the Janjanbureh Area Council.
At that time, you will be specific. Of course, it was the responsibility of management to prepare these financial reports. But specifically, it would have been the function of the finance director. Did you have a finance director by then?
Yeah, by then, no, I don't have a financial director. The financial director served even less than a year. He left. So we are trying to struggle. I think when they were coming, there was no financial director. So
you think or you are sure?
Yeah, I'm sure there was no financial director by then. So we struggle to give them information, really, definitely.
Did you inform the ministry about that?
I informed all relevant stakeholders concerning this issue.
And what was the response you received?
I didn't get any response from any authority. I wrote to the National Office, I informed them. I wrote to the National Assembly Select Committee, I've been writing to the ministry.
Did you have correspondence to that effect?
I have all copies all correspondence were copied to the National Assembly.
No, that was the Select Committee on Local Government.
Yes.
Now you are appearing before.
I have all relevant documents.
Honorable members, if it is okay, I would request that we have those correspondence, the ones sent to the ministry and the ones also which were sent to the Select Committee on what? Local government. How many months did you wait before having a new finance director?
It was almost three months.
Almost
3 months, yeah.
Almost 3 months.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as of now, after that finance director have assumed office, did you take up the responsibility to make sure that the accounts of 2020 are prepared?
Again, as I told you, we took up the responsibilities, but we cannot do it alone because we are not able to get informations, from our people. We struggle to get informations. Even to get the cash book was a problem. We cannot even get the cash book. We cannot even get the ledgers. So it was so difficult on us to at least come up with something. The main thing is the cash book. If you cannot get the cash book, I think it will be very difficult for you to establish. And we don't want to fail things. That was the problem. We cannot get information from our predecessors.
I will see, are you trying to tell this committee that in Janjanbureh Area Council, there are no accounting records, that people took it as personal property and left with them? Is that what you are telling this committee?
There was no proper accounting system. I will use proper. There was no proper accounting system.
Were historic records maintained?
Pardon?
Were historic records maintained in ledgers and retained at council level
on continuous basis. Yeah, we are unable to get those informations. We are unable to get those documents.
That's why I revert back to my initial question, which was whether you are telling this August committee that at Janjanbureh Area Council, people personalize records and go with them.
Yeah, I cannot say for certain, but I can say that there was no proper accounting system. That entails everything.
You know, where I'm trying to draw at this is whether, as a qualified professional, whether you were there or not, once you have a record, there's a startup.
So,
if there are anomalies in the record, you'll be able to correct it, and you can have a baseline. That is, if at all you have the required qualification. So it is two things that we need to distinguish. Record keeping is paramount, but having competent people
it's another thing.
is another thing. We are not there, you are the ones who are there. So with the accurate information, we can make guided decisions. Is it the recording component, or is it the issue of having the qualified professional, or is it both of them?
It's both of them.
Are you telling us that even the current director of finance is not competent to man the position?
The current director of finance is competent.
Is competent.
Yeah, he is doing good.
So have you started working on the 2020 account?
Yeah, I promise you from 2021.
No. We do not have anything for 2019.
You said we, what is your objection?
Nothing is there for 2019, 2020.
Yes.
And let's not take for granted that we'll just do the presentation today and go. At the end of the day, a decision will be taken. And together.
Yeah.
So have you started working on your historic records to make sure you are on a proper footing?
But I think I said it. I said we have to have somewhere to start with. We cannot just come and jump on issues. We should have a starting line or a starting position. That starting position is a problem. We should get informations so that we will try and build up something. So requiring those informations is still a problem. That's why I wrote the correspondence to inform the relevant authorities. But we are trying to get informations to start up something, but we cannot. Because of A, B, and C.
Your answers are not helping a little bit. The earlier answer to the question when we asked whether people are personalizing the records, if the answer was yes, we have all agreed that there is no baseline. But for your answer, what we understood is the fact that there is an accounting system, but it is not proper.
It was not proper.
And now you have a competent director of finance who can work on it.
Yes.
This means you have a baseline.
No, you don't get a baseline. You don't get a baseline because
No, allow me.
Yes.
We are not saying it, you are the one saying it. You said records are there, but they are not proper. Thank you. It's different from when people take it.
Yeah.
That's why you were asked whether people are personalizing it and taking it away. If they are taking it away, then we don't have a baseline. You don't have anything to start with. But you said, no, that is not the question.
Yeah.
The issue is there are records, but these records, inside these records, there are mistakes. Accounting doesn't lie. In accounting, there is a subject called single entry and incomplete records. Not so. Qualified accountants will work with it, correct it.
Yes.
And then have a starting point. So, CEO, give us the accurate information. If the records are not proper, the qualified accountant will correct it, do what he said, and give us a baseline. You give us a situation.
Yeah, what I'm trying to establish is...
No, give us a situation.
Yes, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
We must have a start. You know, that's why I said we engage our predecessors to get some information to start and see how best we can remedy the situation. But we didn't find any record or any proper record that will enable us to start something. It's very difficult because even to get access to the cash book is a problem. To get access to the ledgers is a problem. We have can we agree? We don't need to waste much time. Can we agree on this? You did not find any record there. We did not. Ledger in accounting mean books. There are no records in Janjanbureh Area Council. The Director of Finance, can you confirm that to us? Because you are the officer in charge.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable. But in regards to records in Janjanbureh, the informations that are available there currently, you cannot make any tangible decision on them, and then you cannot make any accounting or financial decision based on those informations. There's no proper record, and then there are a lot of informations lacking which we cannot make up unless the previous administration comes in and help. Maybe they may have information that are hidden somewhere that we don't know, but currently the ones that are available in our office I can say they are useless in fact. We cannot do anything with them.
Honorable, when did you join Janjanbureh Area Council?
In July 2022.
In July 2022?
Yeah.
Okay. You have bank statements?
Of course.
You have historic receipt books?
Not all, some.
Not all, some?
Yeah, I believe.
Can you specify? Because the auditors have also...
There is no historic book.
I mean receipt books for revenue collection.
But to my knowledge, there is none.
Okay, let's get this straight.
Yeah.
How do you handle cash? Let's take a simple revenue collector in Janjanbureh Area Council,
okay,
who goes to the market in Bansan with his receipt book, collects revenue. Walk through the system of that cash management.
Yeah, currently what we do is that if a revenue collector goes to the market to collect revenue for the council, they will go and bank it automatically. Now, we normally bank on Mondays and Thursdays because of distances, but they always bank on Mondays and Thursdays after collections. So from there on, that's why we do our expenditures from the bank statement, from the banks. We don't do cash anymore.
Who does the banking?
The revenue collectors themselves. They will do the banking and come with their receipt books to our revenue officer to reconcile.
To reconcile?
Yeah.
Can I ask the chairman one question? Was that the ongoing system in Janjanbureh Area Council since you assumed? Are all revenues banked?
Yes, we encourage that. What we found there, people were bringing in money.
Chairman, are all revenues banked?
Yes, I suppose so.
Supposed to, no, Chairman. All revenues banked. If there are exceptions, tell us so and so and so and so it will work this way. But supposed to, or we encourage it, that brings in probabilities. And here we only want to deal with the facts. Are all revenues banked at Janjanbureh Area Council?
I am not sure of that. What I know, what has been collected, we've been given some advices to take the money to the bank. But whether it's reality or not, had not been to my knowledge, because I had not been seeing the evidence of being done, of being performed. No, I had never seen a receipt from the bank, but I know we talk about it strongly, and I can remember we had an old vehicle, and then I discovered that the then acting director of finance had been collecting from one particular collector to repair the vehicle, and I worked personally to the collector to say, you are not supposed to give money to anybody. Pay everything to the bank, go and report with the receipt, and whatever money is coming out is calculated and is known for. I had my own problems from that.
Did he tell you how much he gave to that director by chance?
No.
But I saw he gave him some money.
I just discovered that on my way, but then I wasn't told, never told.
What I'm asking is, after that discovery, you were sure that he gave him some money. Did you disclose that to the National Audit Team when they called you and they were doing their exercise?
Yes.
You told the Director of Audit?
The director called me.
No, I mean, when the team from the National Audit Office came to Janjanbureh and they were doing their audit exercise, did you give them that information to enhance their operation?
No, I didn't.
Chairman, you should have. The audit team, Honorable Money, after this one is your turn, you go ahead with them. So the audit team, with the cash handling, did you...
I think
or you want us to guide it through the ML?
yes, I think most of this, because auditors, most of the time we always want to confine our this within our report. If you look at the ML, starting over, it has been flagged. There's no evidence of handing over between the CEO, the current CEO, and the former CEO. That means, there was a gap between the Director of Finance, the current Director of Finance, and the former Director of Finance. I will still want to, buttress on this point. These are all the issues captured in the management letter. The chairman is copied, the ministry is copied. The reason why the ministry is copied, no, I just want to, is copied. To make sure that something is done about it. Because that alone, what is telling you that this is not normal. This is not normal for something to be done about this before we get to the next audit. The reason why I'm just bringing these things is like, these are the things happening in most of the councils. And we'll be reporting these things. And then when we report them, after that discussion is done, until when we come back again, we'll find a similar issue. That's why I'm just, well, this one is new. That's why I'm just trying to emphasize on this. Our the last audit, I wasn't there. But the audit before that, to be honest, because when I realized that the chairman and the council, maybe they even think that they are not even part of the audit, I took this as part of my responsibility to make them understand that they have a role. They have a role, and then I can remember the chairman, that audit, he was helpful because he even called for a meeting, and then even here for all the issues he will personally make sure that he make follow up with on those issues. But this misstatement of cash also, they are all in the management letter here. They are all here where you have searched for here. They are all reported here in our management letter. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Money, the cash issue.
Because to be honest, you've almost asked every question, and
the ML is coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know even what to ask, because
in the revenue component, the chairperson have just said that he discovered the former Director of Finance was taking money from some vendors.
Yeah.
And the finance director said all revenue is banked, but the chairman is saying he is not sure. So I'm saying, if at all you have questions in relation to that, before we move to the next level.
no, nothing is normal. So it's not normal. Really, it's not normal. That's what they are telling us.
Okay, to the finance director, the main reason I'm trying to establish whether all your revenue is banked.
Yeah.
We wanted to have a starting point.
Of course.
Because the issue of saying if our predecessors don't come, we cannot take off. And it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
It's your responsibility today.
Of course.
If at all your revenues are banked, then you know your source of what? Revenue. And if at all you do all your expenditures using the bank, 75% of your problem would have been solved.
Of course.
So why am I saying this? I want the CEO to be prepared to know that the issue of saying we are not there would not continue. You have competent people. It's two things. You work through the accounts, you get it right, the wrongs that your predecessors were doing will be exposed and they will be held accountable. Or you leave it, it gets accumulated, and all of you will be held responsible.
Of course.
But the status quo cannot be entertained. And to the chairman, that discovery was fraud. The other director of finance was taking public funds unlawfully and using them. And when you realize it, what you should have done was to report it. But concealing it doesn't make it any better. And I know that the auditors are noting it, and we've also noted down. And at some point, we require the name of that individual, and what steps will be taken. Those ones will be highlighted by the committee. Honorable Senate, now what we will do is we can go through the management letter.
I just want to add up, if you may allow me.
Okay.
I forgot that this case had gone up to the governor's office, and then all the collectors had been called, and then we discussed this issue, this problem, such problems happening. I can remember that clearly, and that they should do it accordingly, according to what we are talking about. That's paying into the bank and having receipts. That had been discussed because he personally called me for rectifying the situation and insulted my mother. That was very poor, very extremely poor.
No, the question is not what was discussed. The question is what is happening now.
Now,
are you banking all the revenues? The director of finance said you are, but you said no, you are not so. As the chairman,
pardon?
So you will take your word. You will take your word because you have the overall oversight responsibility. But we will encourage you to know. Then you can inform us better.
They are working very, very much hard to fill the gap.
Okay, then at this point, understanding, we can move to the
find out one thing.
Okay.
I think they are using receipts that are issued to the vendors. And who is printing these receipt books? Who is printing the receipt books?
It's the Government Printing Corporation, GPPC.
So it means that the receipts are given to them straight away?
No.
Given to you people? Oh?
Yeah, we receive the receipts from them.
And then you give it to your collectors?
Yeah.
Revenue collectors? And then after, how do you audit them?
Before giving the receipts out,
we
have two receipts. We have the GTRs and then the market receipts.
Okay.
You understand? The market tickets. The market tickets are all numbered.
Okay.
Each ticket is $10. So if you issued 1,000, you must commit 1,000.
Okay.
But for the GTRs, it can collect any amount, like the chairman previously said.
Oh, okay.
So any amount that you collected with the GTR, the amount is stated, and then it's supposed to be banked. And currently, any amount that we received through our GTRs are all banked.
So
yeah. And then let me make this point clear. From 2021 onwards to present, I can assure the chairman that all our revenues have been banked. Yeah.
But the question is how? Why am I saying how or when? As per your initial explanation, you said the moment they collect the revenue, they bank it,
of course,
and present the receipt books for you, for reconciliation.
Yeah.
That means same day banking.
Yeah.
They are not allowed to go back home with the money. But the chairman is saying he is not so.
Yeah.
So now we are trying to look at the risk element here. All revenues can be banked after 48 hours, after 72, after a week or so. We want to know how it is obtained.
Okay, for us, our banking system, due to the distance and then the location of the banks in CRR, we banked only on Mondays and Thursdays.
Only Mondays and Thursdays?
Mondays and Thursdays. Because you cannot afford to be paying like 200 or so just to go to the bank while you are going to deposit only $300 or $400. Which doesn't make any sense. So that's why we schedule it this way.
So meaning, the revenues received Thursday in the afternoon,
yeah,
Friday,
Saturday,
Saturday, possibly will be banked Monday.
Yeah, sure.
Revenues received on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday will be banked on Thursday.
Sure.
Fine. Let's take the revenues received from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. By this revenue collector at Bansang Market.
Yeah.
How is the money handled? Who takes custody of the cash before it goes to the bank?
The revenue collectors themselves.
You leave it with the revenue collectors.
Yeah, of course, because some of them are at a very remote locations.
Okay.
That it won't be easy for them to be coming out every day and going back. So
It's your internal auditor here?
No.
He's not here?
Yeah.
Have you come across any discrepancies during the reconciliation between the receipt counter files and the cash banked?
No, we don't encounter anything yet.
No.
With regards to that, yeah.
Okay, that's good. Now, Honorable we can move to page 5 of the management letter. We start with the governance issues with regards to the management letter of 2019. Page 5. Are you there? You can read.
A meeting of a council shall be convened at least once in every month by the chairperson, and at such other times as the council may prescribe. But the findings is saying that we noted that there was no evidence of minutes of any council meeting being conducted. So why?
You know, in this thing we are talking about two different periods. Though we are taking responsibility of the entire action that is being taken.
That's the chairman.
Yes. Okay. What's your question, sir?
Yeah, according to the findings, you know, there should be at least a meeting in a year or every month. You should have a meeting. But the findings of the auditors is saying that there was no evidence of meetings being conducted.
Meetings were being held monthly, and in an emergency, it also took place within the month, and minutes were taken because we got people who were who was writing the minutes, but whether these minutes were being kept in a record, I do not know. I have not inquired about it. I have never seen them again. But in what we've been said, I have been seeing a script, writing, and the information, just like what we did.
I think we'll go by the findings of the auditors because they are saying no evidence. Meaning, even if it was written, they have not seen anything. So that indicates that there was no meeting.
Okay. Agreed.
Yeah, which is very serious.
Somebody must not have been doing the job properly.
Certainly. And then we look at the implications again because this is very high. It is very high because no evidence of the meeting. So which means this was why I believe all these problems were happening. Because it's during meetings that you can highlight all your problems or challenges that you are going through. But since the meetings are not being conducted, obviously this is what we expect to see.
But unlike today, the last meeting, we had a letter written to the permanent secretary of the revelations of the meeting, and copies, a copy of what transpired was being able to collect it and pin alongside. I think of present, as I said, I've been away for some time, but of present, the two meetings I have attended, I have seen the minutes.
You know, we are talking about this report, not what is happening at the present.
It becomes really much more, it was challenging. Everything was challenging.
Yeah. So
everything was challenging.
At the moment, our focus is on this report, not what you are doing at the moment. So
yeah, I would agree with you.
Okay.
That we need, there were a lot of things going astray, not working accordingly, not to expectation, not at all.
Can I add something in relation to
yes.
Honorable Chair, it seems this issue is cross-cutting, because at first it was the finance department where you cannot find any historic records. Now, on what we heard from the CEO and the director of finance is, they cannot trace the ledgers, the books of entry. Now is at the board level, the council level itself, where the chairman sits with the councillors. There are no meetings. There are no minutes. And the other aspect is, you are saying there were meetings, but someone was not doing his job. Just like you had a finance director by then, but he was not able to do his job. You are the chairman of Janjanbureh Area Council. Do you think you will leave something behind as a reference if all the records are gone?
It has been a very difficult job. If I were to rectify the situations taking place, I thought we all had our different duties to perform. But I was not in position, I had not question about some other people, whether they were doing theirs or not. But I was sure this were done and should have been kept somewhere. And, but if, they were not happening, then somebody was making things difficult unnecessarily.
But you as the chairman of the council,
yes,
it is your responsibility to sign those minutes. You don't need to check, because every meeting, before a meeting starts, the norm is to review and approve the minutes of the previous meeting. So this is not about someone not doing his job, because you are part and parcel of it. A meeting cannot proceed without you reviewing the minutes of the previous meeting. So how could that escape you? Is it that meetings were not happening? Or is it the fact that there are no minutes? We want to get the facts.
No, there are minutes. And every meeting before the beginning of the new, how do you call it, agenda, minutes of the previous meeting were being read and then voted for before going next. So that was evidence that the minutes were there. Continuously, whether they are being kept properly, that I cannot say.
Whose responsibility was it? Now tell us the individual's name. We want to know. Let's get to the bottom of it.
The CEO comes in again because he was choosing the how do you call it, secretary of the meeting, coming up with the party, and then was taking care of them. So I was just, I thought my responsibility was just to make sure that we to go through the meeting, half minutes put aside, and then that's the end of it. But then, if necessary, it would have been asked for. But I had never had any cause to ask for minutes.
How do you do the review of the minutes? Is it that the CEO only have his copy and he will be reading through it?
No, minutes are expected to be in the records.
No, my question is, how do you review it? Like today we are meeting and we are supposed to review the minutes of yesterday. Is it that you only have one copy and it is only the CEO who will be having it?
The minutes were being read out.
No, but Chairman, it doesn't happen that way anywhere. Minutes are supposed to be circulated.
Okay.
All participants have a copy. Preferably, a day before the meeting, it is circulated. You go through it. When you come, you just pause. So this is not an individual responsibility, Chairman. It's a collective problem.
Yes.
And if we don't tackle it collectively, we want to pinpoint at individuals, it will never change. We have a role to play there. I have a role. Now let's accept the fact that it was not an individual failure. It was an organizational failure. Because minutes anywhere, they are circulated. The people who left the council, they are no longer there. We cannot put all the blame in them. You were there, Chairman.
Yes, I was.
The National Assembly was here. The ministry was there. Collectively, we all failed. The chunk of the responsibility is yours. Start taking it. We will take ours. The ministry take theirs. And collectively, we find solution. So the minutes are not there because there were no meetings. And that is the truth. There were no meetings. That is the truth, Chairman. We will put it.
Yeah, if I may conclude, let me just ask this question. If looking at the findings of the auditors, would I be right to say that the council was managed like a personal property? Because my own thing, maybe I don't need to call a meeting. Am I right to say it was managed like a personal property? Chairman?
Yes.
I mean, looking at the findings of the auditors, because almost every rating is like either high or mediums. So and then there are no minutes to indicate, maybe to discuss the challenges that we are facing. So would I be right to say the council was managed like a personal property?
I wouldn't agree with you.
Why?
For the simple reason that the fact that the minutes were not circulated, that does not conclude that they were not there. I said, if you're going to trust what I'm saying, I mean, the minutes were being read, and then approval was given when necessary. But that they were not circulated, I agree. They were not circulated to each and every councillor.
No, what I'm saying, even if you look at the findings of the auditors, they are saying there's no evidence. Even if it has been taken, they've not seen it. So meaning it's not done. I'm going by the report. It's true, maybe it was written, maybe not circulated, but there's nothing to prove to the auditors that it was done. Because no evidence. This is what I'm saying. If you can agree to that.
I wasn't asked where they were looking for, or where the questions were being uttered. I don't know. But if they were to ask me, I would have gone a little bit further to find out in order to either to disagree or agree with them. But then I took for granted that the minutes were there. If they were not found by the auditor, then yes, they have not found them. I agree with them. But then from my own perception, they have been there, or I thought they should have been there. I took for granted that they have been written in my presence when I was at meetings, and then they were being read when for the following meetings. But then I wouldn't totally agree that they have not been done. Minutes have been done. They have been written. I've seen them being written.
Okay, let me just move to page 8, which is about ineffective.
Sorry. Can you give us one copy of a meeting that you attended? Do you have a copy?
Here.
Just one. No, not here. Even at your place. Do you have one copy? Because minutes are supposed to be circulated. Do you have one? One. Just one.
Are you asking me the questions?
Yes. Whether you have one in your file somewhere, just 1 minute.
I mean, I'm defining circulation as two versions. You have the physical paper being circulated, or the information is circulated in words. That's my interpretation. I may be wrong when I view it that way. But then the knowledge that I am to give each and everyone or to be responsible of giving out this was not within my knowledge. I'm just sharing it. And if I were to have a meeting again, what transpire in other places would be done in my place. I'm learning.
So we accept the fact that you don't have a copy. Do we take that?
No,
not here. In your file, in your office, just one meeting from 2017 to 2019.
Yeah,
do you have one?
I guess if I check in, I don't have file for such. No, but then I think I can provide one from memory, of course.
Okay. We will be interested to have one as an attachment. Just any meeting from that, because we want to get to the bottom of this.
I would take up the...
You don't have evidence of meetings. I mean, this is not a light one. Because during council meetings, that's when you do your operational planning.
And then...
That's when you do a background check. That's when you do evaluation and monitoring. The auditors are saying they don't have any evidence to prove that council meetings were happening. And that means the environment there was not conducive to yield anything productive. Chairman, that is something we should take as a learning point.
Yeah.
But if at all we are defensive about it, we are not accepting the responsibility. It's practically impossible that for 24 months, every week there should be a meeting, which means you must have 56 council meetings. And the auditors didn't come across even one. Let's accept the fact that there were no meetings. Then you started, now we continue. And that is evident. That's why nothing is working there. Because council was not meeting properly, underlining what? Challenges. Meetings anywhere have a traditional format. That is the best practice. You don't allow anybody to come sit here, hold one document and read for you. Meeting minutes are what? Calculated.
Thank you.
You are a veteran teacher, you know that, Chairman.
Yes.
So they are not there because they never happened. Once we accept that the committee realize we are talking in good faith, we can continue. But the moment we don't accept the reality on the ground, we'll push for the answers. Because we need them. Move on. We are all in this together. You want to comment?
Yes, I want to comment on this. As you have said, I think we have to be real and find solutions to the problems. Janjanbureh Area Council, they have never completed a proper meeting without fight. So we have to be real in what we are saying. They have never completed a council meeting in peace. When I came there in 2021, they confessed to me that they have never attended a budget session as councillors. They started attending budget sessions in 2021. So we have to be very real in what we are saying. And there was, as I said, there was no good record keeping systems at Janjanbureh. It's now that we created a unit, a record unit. It's been created now. You know, all correspondence are there at the office present. As we are speaking, we are having regular meetings. Sometimes we have 2 meetings in a month. You understand? Even during our how to call it, our payments, our sitting payments, you have to attach at least the invitation letters so that the auditors will understand. You know, but to be frank, there was no complete meetings in Janjanbureh during that period. Yes.
Because that's why I wanted to ask this question, like in terms of internal audit department, because there was none. I think this is why, according to the findings of the auditors, they are saying the council did not set up an internal audit department as required by the above regulations, which was regulation 208 of the Financial and Accounting Manual for Local Government. So because of there is no internal audit, hadn't been it was set up, probably they would have just come up with this, they would have seen these problems. and then it would have been solved. So this one, for me, is even clear. It's difficult to ask this question because like no proper financial recording, no meetings. So all the problems that are happening here, they are telling us they don't even complete a meeting without fighting. So I don't know what to say now.
I mean, coming up with that, I will just give you my word. By next week, I will try to work very hard to give you a copy, even a single minute of a meeting. It's been taking place. The information that she had been given, okay, in my absence, I don't know if it happened. Of course, there had been agreement here and there.
No, what we are saying here, out of 56, because according to his calculation, out of 56, even if you find out 1 or 2, it's not helpful.
No.
It's not helpful. So just let's agree on what he has just said. Even if you find out only 1 or 2, it's not helpful. Out of 56, even if it is 10 that you find, it's not helpful.
No, I have not been keeping such. We've been having meetings. Meetings have been held. He mentioned it here now that we discuss about issues. He mentioned that, and that's a meeting. But what I'm saying, whether things have been done accordingly, correctly, all throughout, that I would agree with people that it not to expectation. You know, a lot is to be learned. That's why I wanted to come up with a suggestion about what I thought could be a way forward.
We'll get to that, Chair. Now we'll move to page 8 of the
Chair.
management letter.
Sorry, I just want to make this clear to the chairperson.
No.
That meetings is directly under the responsibility of the chairman's office, not under the CEO's office.
Okay.
Yes, let that be clear.
Let's proceed. Those are internal issues that you can deliberate on at council level. Let's concentrate on the management letter. As earlier on indicated by Honorable Sane, that should be on page 8 of the ML. Honorable Sane started a point which is 2.1.4 ineffective internal audit department and the findings of the auditors. Can you read it, Honorable?
This commission, all is
CEO. Can
Yes, there was no internal audit unit, but now it's been advertised and people have applied. So we are now waiting for the Local Government Service Commission.
But why?
Pardon?
Why? Why was it not set up?
Well,
The regulations are clear.
yeah, I don't know why it was not set up, but when I came, I made it something, part of my recommendations that we should have an audit unit.
So which means even as of now, there's no
We were having one intern who was responsible of what he was not an appointee of Janjanbureh Area Council. As of now, there is no internal auditor at Janjanbureh.
Chairman, can you help us understand why is it that the regulations were not followed with regards to the establishment of the internal audit department at Janjanbureh Area Council?
yeah. We were advised about such things, but then they have not been. My limitation centered between the knowledge of what I have been expected to be doing. As I said, as far as what I knew on my own, what I was trying to perform, and I have not. We've been told about this, and I emphasize it. We had talked about it at a meeting because examples have been given. For example, the lady here, when she was trained from the council on procurement, she went back to sit down at a desk doing something different. Not what she had been trained to do or what she should have been moved to that position. When I came back, I found that he's doing what is expected, procurement.
Chair, did you encounter any constraints in the establishment of the internal audit department? That is the question. Why is it not established?
There was no try to get in some one to perform this job.
But you are the chairman. If you say there was no trying, we take that to you, which means you did not try.
Yeah. All what I knew was to talk about it, to the importance that we've been told, and then that's where I stopped. But beyond that was not within my knowledge.
Okay, let's get the guidance from the ministry, because the internal audit department is very, very important. Let's look at what the regulation is saying. Regulation 2, it reads, the internal auditor is the head of the audit department. He shall be responsible to ensure that the procedures stipulated in this manual, that is the Finance and Accounting Manual, with respect to all transactions involving revenue collection and expenditure, and receipt and issues of stores are properly authorized, promptly carried out, and punctually recorded, and to make a continuous and thorough check on council's financial transactions. Which means if at all you had a proper audit department, many of the issues you are being faced at the finance department would have subsided. So we cannot just slide it past. So to the Director of Governance at the Ministry, can you help us understand whether this is an issue which is prevalent across all the councils, or it is only Janjanbureh Area Council, and the issue of Janjanbureh Area Council, whether in fact the Ministry of our Health, and what we can do to improve it.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable. Certainly, this position, as you outlined, is key. Internal audit position like procurement, there are certain positions that are very, very key. And we encourage councils to ensure that they are in place. Notwithstanding, as I cited earlier on, councils differ. For a council like KMC to get an internal auditor, the right one is very easy compared to a council like Janjanbureh, Kuntaro, by virtue of the remoteness or distance from the urban areas. There was an internal auditor in place, but unfortunately left within less than 6 months, left the position. But even as we speak, that position is being advertised. Was it week before last? The commission did the shortlisting, and then the next phase is going to be conducting interviews for all the vacant positions that have been advertised. And internal audit for Janjanbureh is among those. So hopefully next month, we'll have an internal auditor in place.
Thank you, Mr. Darro. But why after 5 years? Or am I right to say, why are we just starting now? Because the position have never been there.
No, it was.
It was.
I said yes. There was a holder who left not last year, the year before, 2021.
But if I hear the chief executive officer rightly, and that of the chairman, there have never been an internal audit department there. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think.
How was it that there was someone? Because they are the ones on the ground, and if they are saying there have never been someone, then it means there have never been an internal auditor.
Yes, this was an internal, like within the staff themselves, within the staff of the council, they look at somebody with an internal background and was looking after. But honestly, to say recruitment was done primarily to occupy that position, I can't remember honestly.
Then I'm right to ask the question again, why are we starting it now?
Because normally when vacancies exist, the council submit their request that we have a vacancy input, but that, and based on that, then he put out an advert. So the commission does just jump and start advertising. Whatever position is being advertised, the request comes from the council. Yeah.
So will it be correct to say that the situation now, there's a solution and a staff will fill in the position?
Yes, as I said, the shortlisting is already done. The commission met last week, it concluded the shortlisting, and then they are now trying to draw up a schedule for interviews.
Because the implications are very high, and I wouldn't dilute it. I will read it verbatim as it is contained in the management letter. It states, without an internal audit department, there will be no internal checks and balances to enable the council to comply with the requirements of the financial and accounting manual for local government authorities. And that's exactly what is happening in Janjanbureh Council. In fact, nothing is happening there. They are not keeping records. People are personalizing council records. They are not preparing statements. Items have been misclassified. You look good at the issue of compliance. You look at the procurement is another thing that you will get into. So nothing is happening. So I think at this point, the ministry have to definitely work with the National Audit Office on some of these inefficiencies which are due to capacity problems should be given the utmost priority so that we address them. And we are hopeful that, we'll take your word for it, that the position is being advertised, we have applied, and there is a short list. And we'll do the follow-ups, to really ensure that someone fills in that position. Honorable, we want to continue. Okay.
Supporting documents. If you look at it again, 2.20 expenditure, claims without supporting documents. You look at the finding of the auditors again, we noted that claims of GMD 47,000 were paid without supporting documents as detailed below, like the interest of sundry expenses, night allowances, 20,000, let me just say, and the claims interest for transportation of food, again 12,000, transportation of rice, Banjul to Janjanbureh, 15,000, and then the PVs, payment vouchers, were without any either receipt being attached to it. That's another high implication. Whether this is noted.
The chairman can help us on that.
Yeah. Well, that's beyond me too. Just like as I'm still banking on what I am open to know. I think chairpersons.
Chairman, please give me Janko.
Yes, please.
That's you. In specific terms, the first payment of 20,000 and the last payment of 15,000 were done to you. You were the one paid. And you were the one expected to provide the supportive document. Can you help us on that now?
I don't know anything about this expenditure or what's been written there. I've not been aware.
They said it's paid to you, looking at the Ibrahima Janko Sane.
Yes. I think one can write my name many times, but whether the person is responsible, the person's name being written, 20,000, 47,000, for what? I don't know.
The other one is saying transportation of rice, Banjul to Janjanbureh. Did you buy any rice?
Rice?
Yes.
And how much is?
The transportation was 15,000.
And how much is that? How much money?
No, that one is 15,000. That was just transport fares. To transport rice from here to Janjanbureh.
The only time I know that money, rice had been transported, had been done, we did not pay anything on it. Not even $1. So if they talk about 15,000, well, that is just right in.
So what of the night allowances again? That was paid to you. Night allowance.
Night.
Yes. He's saying they are impressed for sundry expenses under night allowances too.
And how much? Is
This
that
one,
again?
this one was 20,000.
That's a long time sleeping somewhere. I'm sorry. These are very serious jokes, you know.
No,
because you know I don't see myself spending outside for 20,000 for nights spent outside. Even if I were to travel abroad, you know, I think the 20,000 would have sufficed. Not more in the Gambia here.
it means now, based on your answer, I'm not surprised to see these payment vouchers without a supporting document. Because that's the reason why the payment vouchers are without a supporting document. Because you are saying it's not you, maybe somebody wrote your name.
Well, I think the fault comes back to me again as chairman, and then.
Okay, let me just ask: these payments, are they normally made by check or physical cash? How are they paid? Do you know? Like 20,000, because I know this amount.
20,000.
Yes, I think a check should be written, not physical cash.
No, I've not been aware of that.
No, I mean now, if you have to pay someone an amount of 20,000 or 15,000, do you pay him physical cash or you pay through a check?
I've never been responsible of paying anybody. Payment is monetary transaction. Is beyond me.
Can
I'm
you
not
help
very
me?
clever.
Okay, can the finance director help me?
Good, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable.
Yeah.
Currently,
Yes, currently.
any payment that exceed 4,999,
Okay.
we issue check.
Exactly.
That is 5,000 and above. Yeah.
So this is why I'm asking, because 20,000 and 15,000, I expect the person to be paid through a check. Which if you go to the bank now, you are able to trace on the bank statement, isn't it?
Of course.
But that's why I'm asking now, he's saying the 20,000 and the 15,000 is paid under his name. But he's saying maybe the person wrote it, it's not him.
Yeah, maybe he's not aware of the payment also.
Not aware.
Sir, it is not by check. I didn't mean it was by check.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said if it's got Rick is wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong.
That's why I asked this guy, because it's almost like 4,000, 5,000 above should be kept.
And even after payment, there should be an acknowledgement.
Exactly.
Yes. Of receiving this amount.
Now he's saying it's not the one.
Let's allow the National Audit Office to give some clarifications on that.
Yeah, thank you. I know this is not our season, but just to provide professional listings. If you read the, I will start with the minutes.
Yeah, okay.
For example, the minutes, I would, because hence our report is where reference have been drawn.
Okay.
Maybe you can read the full text of the finding. That will help. You know, that's the minute. So this particular finding also, you can look at the management response, because each and every finding, management are given opportunity to respond.
Okay.
So if you look at this also, management response is there. Management retrieved the necessary document and contacted the former acting director of finance for explanation, but no response. I think that will also help the maybe the members and then everyone to know where to start, what actually happened. Where any finding, we will give the management the opportunity for them to respond. So if you look at exactly,
Yeah, I know, I understand now with the management response. But now the funny thing here, for him, he is here. And then this one is indicated that it's paid to, unless they have another similar name.
Yes, the thing here is, as auditor, maybe the understanding here is the responsibility. They all have their responsibility. The chairman has the responsibility, that oversight responsibility, being the political head of the council. The good name is his. Any bad this thing is him. If you look at these are operational issues as well. The reason why you appointed the CEO, the director of finance, to make sure that even if the chairman claim a payment and it is not in line, it's your responsibility to make sure that it is not processed. It is not it is not this thing until all the documents are there. So the reason why I'm just saying this, if for everybody to, and then if I go to council, this is what I keep telling them. Even if, for example, the chairman claim for a particular payment and it is not in line, you know, have your objection to that payment. If there be record. If, because the lack of support, the reason why we are bringing these things, so that even if the chairman is not here or whoever comes, you'll be able to get track of what actually has been happening at the council.
So who is Babakar Boy?
Yeah.
Do you know any Babakar Boy?
No, I don't know Babakar Boy. No, it's here, Baukar Bui. I think you're referring to the report.
Because he's also paid 12,000.
No, who is Baukar Bui?
Chairman, you keep saying they put my name there. Who is they?
Pardon?
Who is they? Because you claim that the 20,000 and the 15,000 were not paid to you. But in your response, you also say they put my name there. Who is they?
They. I don't know what, I've never heard about this before. I've not seen them. At least I would be in position to answer the day question here. I don't know.
Then I would ask the question again. Did you receive the 20,000?
No.
How comes your name is there?
That's the $100 question I'm asking myself. How is it possible that, maybe that's an easy way out, like any other misplaced information?
No, what I'm asking here is, the auditors would not pick this information out of a vacuum. Obviously, they are existing in the records of Janjanbureh Area Council. I'm making reference to initial response, where you exonerated yourself and said, they wrote my name there. So that we can know who is responsible for this. Because
you mean they?
Yes.
They who wrote this?
Yeah. Thank you.
They are the people responsible for writing. Let's just, he's coming up with the answer. Yeah. No. Just read it out. I think we come into the same thing again. We saying this is, if I talk about the finance director per se, I'm talking about an individual. We saying that the chairman is responsible. It's responsible of the council. If he has not seen it, then somebody in the shadows is doing it. That is making everything bad here. Because if everything were to be clear and done correctly, this meeting would have finished up long ago. But then things have been performing in the dark or some even in the light. That's why these people they have no base or little base to go ahead. I have not been aware of spending $20,000 as an individual. I should not have done that. It should not have been given to me.
Yeah, sorry, let me ask this question, Care. Before you were on sick leave, I think you are working with your deputy, isn't it? Were you pulling well with your deputy?
My deputy?
Yes, were you pulling well?
Yeah, we were working together.
We are working. And when you went on leave now, is it when the problems start to arise?
Yeah, I found things which I have not been very much happy about. Things where enlightened been gone to to newspapers, to the radio, talking about things which have never been founded. That's the anger of the how do you call it, councillors. They've been quoted as being said this way or that way. Let me say it this way. I take an example. Allow me, sir, with respect. It's been written that he had been doing mismanagement at the council level. And when we had this meeting, this was written in a newspaper. When we had the meeting, I asked them whether they have mandated the then vice to write that much on the newspaper. They have not been aware. Whether this man had done mismanagement, they said not to their knowledge. So you can see a lot of things have been collected and found that a lot of things have been put on the heads of the councillors when they have not been aware. They exploded, they reacted, and the only way the person who had been pointing at them lying outside to national level, it's time. A person they have trusted
let me ask this question. You know, there was this COVID-19 rice distribution. I don't know whether you are part of any rice being distributed in your area during this COVID-19 period.
I didn't get that proper.
I mean, during the COVID-19 period, there was this rice that was given to councils for distribution. Whether you were part of any distribution of this rice?
No. I know I was at a meeting at Mansakonko when I don't know whether it was rice or, but I know that there was monetary transaction. It came through the CEO, but whether it was $1 or $100, I did not know. I did not take part in it. I have not been aware, and then I thought it was his responsibility. Been told.
Was there any rice distributed?
Was there?
Did you benefit from any rice, like help, like during the COVID-19?
No,
you are aware.
The rice that came, I was aware. It was being given out by a connection from Lawyer Dabo, and then this was rice was given, and the transport was given to transport them for the people. And together we were able to give the rice out to the people accordingly. You know, but then that money had been paid for transportation, not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge.
Can I ask a question? Chairman, take us through the process of payment as it is obtained in Janjanbureh Council, or perhaps I will ask the finance director. What are the processes? Let's make a walkthrough. Let's make a walk through it.
Okay. For example, if the council want to purchase something, first of all, what they will do is that we will consult the procurement manager to go and get the quotations, and we see the most reasonable one or the one that is suit for our service. We purchase that through those quotations, and then we get our receipts, voucher it, go for signatures before payment.
Don't bring it in bulk. Huh?
Okay.
Now let's assume you've done your evaluation.
Yeah.
You've reached at a stage whereby you have to effect payment. What are the approval processes? Where does it pass through?
We have two spending officers in the council. That's the CEO and then the finance director. Before any expenses is being made, it must pass through these two offices. The CEO's office and then the finance director's office.
So the chairman doesn't minute even on those memos?
No.
He doesn't know what goes in or what goes out?
No. Unless he asks through the finance committee. We have a subcommittee called the finance committee that is also responsible for it.
So the CEO is the one who authorizes you to make payment?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Is that in accordance with the finance manual of the local government?
Yes. Yes. Of
that is how it is stated there?
Yeah.
Okay. Then thank you. We can let that one pass. Any other issues, Honorable? So I will be honest with you. This is a general failure. Okay. The report that was prepared was not fit for audit purposes, and as such, it is equally not fit for adoption. Everything contained in this management letter or in the financial statement is just created, but it's not the reality. Now we've all got the opportunity to look at it, and we didn't even look at it in totality. But the question is, do we allow ourselves to be derailed by events which are not real? You should not, because nothing is real here. Even your finance director said it is cooked, and that's the reality. Because all they did is we received revenue of 10 million. Let's see how do we justify expenditures of 10 million and zeroize the accounts. Finish. Chairman, that is not the way it should work. We all have a collective responsibility. So what we are going to do is, we have the compliance report. If you go through the compliance report, that's saying there is no contracts committee. If I ask the chairman, he will tell me I was not there. If I ask the CEO, he will tell us the people who were there have left. We don't know where the minutes are. They have gone with the records. Who will give the answers? Who? But the question I keep asking myself, which I would ask you is, if this was for personal property, your hard-earned money, as an entrepreneur, will you take it? You won't. Would you say I employed people here, I traveled and I'm back today, they are gone with my money or they are gone with my records, and you will sit down and fold your hands? You would never do that. Documents have been done on single source basis, which have gone beyond the single source threshold. The chairman will tell us, I don't know, who did it. Who is there? We would not know. But he will know, because we are going to review this again. So that is why at this point, the committee needs to decide as to what will be the fate of these documents presented before us, that is 2019 and 2020. Because moving forward, we are not going to get anything from this meeting. Are we expecting anything? No. We've established a trend for 1 hour 30 minutes. I was not there, the documentation was not there, the accounts are created, you cannot take responsibility. Somebody needs to take responsibility. And we need to establish the basis for that. So on that note, what I would do is, I would request from the honorable members that please stand down for 15 minutes, do internal consultations, come up with recommendations as to the way forward, then invite back the council and read the committee position to them, so that the next time we meet, it will be different. If that is agreed, no? If that is agreed, please, we will stand down for 15 minutes and this committee will resume at 3:15 to get the recommendations. Thank you.
Yes, I think what is happening in Janjanbureh area council, the minister is here. This is not just unique to councils. I can tell you they are all the same. And then this care men, we don't only limit ourselves to to when we are there just for the audit, and then because most of the care men and mayors have like we are not signatories. This interaction he is saying, most of the time I will make them understand that you are not a signatory, but you have a responsibility. That's the oversight responsibility. For the purpose of this meeting, even the mayor of KMC, the first audit, whatever was happening. And then the director of finance, what I'm trying to say, the director of finance, the CEO, all these people are failing their responsibilities. If at all they are all
engage those people with regards to the consultations that will be done. And the date scheduled for that consultation will be the 7th and 8th of what? February. Sorry, 8th and 9th of February, which means you will reappear on the 8th for the consultations. And on the 9th, we will provide recommendations for the way forward. On the 8th will be the consultations with you and all parties. And on that day also, the ministry, will be well represented. The the National Audit Office will be here, GPPA will be here, and it is going to be a full house as well. So, to the team, this was not the ideal outcome that we all envisaged, but one thing we all like about it is it has been truthful. So we commend the National Audit Office because they brought the situation as it is. And if we don't get the situation as it is, there is no way that we can come up with what? Remedial actions. So to the team, we would encourage you to really double up. We are not going to police the situation in any way that would not show the true picture. What is happening currently is not what any one of us wishes. But we can do better. So I don't want to preempt, or we would not in any way preempt the outcome of the consultations we have, and we will not also preempt the recommendations that this committee will make. So as such, we would conclude at this point, to say, yes, the office of the clerk will contact the CEO and the chairman to provide the names and contact numbers of all the previous staff who in one way or the other have a relation to the reports presented specifically for 2019 and then 2020. So on that note, honorable members, we can so on that note, honorable members, I think with your permission, I used to declare that this meeting stands adjourned till tomorrow, the 1st of February 2023 at 10 a.m. Thank you. No, you contact.
Ni la kie ni talwa. Ni la kie ni talwa.